All right. We're back. Back in the saddle. Well, I tell you, it's feels weird. Feels a little weird. Hey, good to see some folks out there. Ziggy, you were out there early, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good to see you out there, Tim. KJ5IXM. I gotta put a name to that call. I am struggling. I tell you, everything's been a struggle today. W. Wiley, welcome. Good evening. Will, Wes, that's it. Well, I tell you, I hate the way YouTube is screwing up some of the names. It messes with me. Sometimes you get screen names, sometimes you get like handles. I'm not sure what causes that, but it's messing with me. I think it's just messing with me. But gosh, I tell you guys, it's only been 2 weeks, but holy smokes. It's amazing how quickly your stream skills start to perish. It's almost like shooting. It's like a perishable skill. And boy, I tell you, I feel like I've been rotting on the vine these last 2 weeks. I couldn't remember how to set up just about everything. It's a little bit of a struggle tonight, so hang on, folks. Hey, Frank. 3 hours. Nice work, Frank. Thank you much. Appreciate that. Hey, 45, welcome. Waiting on one more order from DigiKey for the CubeSat build. Nice. EOD, you've probably passed me. Wes got me my frame. I've got a bunch of my parts. But then, I had some travel, and that just really screwed everything up for me. Hey, Jason. Good to see you out there. Welcome. And, the travel's not done, right? I mean, December's just so tough. I don't know about you guys, but for me, December is tough. It's, some family time and travel. It's work travel, believe it or not. And man, it's just a rough month. I'm looking forward to January so I can get back in a groove and kind of have things settle in again. Because, man, all this traveling just kind of screws up a bunch of your radio projects, that's for sure. Now, I did get a chance to do a little bit of radio stuff while I was traveling. Not very much, but a little bit. I squeezed a little bit in. We'll talk about that a little bit. I squeezed in some Meshtastic time, too. And man, I tell you, I am seeing definite use cases where Meshtastic is a great solution, and I'm seeing use cases where it's not at all. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll save some of that for later. That's not going to be our topic for tonight. But that was a little bit of the fun that I got to have from my travel radio adventure. A lot of it's Meshtastic. I mean, it often is. It's easy to carry. Yeah, we'll certainly talk about that, Wes. And I tell you, I started carrying a mesh core device back in May. I took one with me to Hamvention, and I've been carrying one ever since, just in my area, and everywhere I've been so far, I've not seen great penetration there, right? I don't see many devices, but I'm seeing it more and more I'm seeing people talk about it more and more here in the States, right? It's been a big deal over in the UK for some time now, but I'm seeing more and more discussion around it here in the States. And yeah, I want to talk about that for sure. For sure. Hey, it's good to see some other folks joining in here. Bill, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. John, welcome. Join the revolution. Tell Windows goodbye and forever. Yes, I am a big fan of Linux, absolutely. But I guess I try to have, it's so difficult to be absolute in any of those choices, right? And I don't think you really need to be. I've got Windows, Linux, and Mac in the shack. I've got it all. And I think that's okay. I think that's just okay. Jason, I was a big Amiga guy back in the day. I had an Amiga 2000. I had the bridge board as well. I mean, I had a decked out Amiga 2000. I did some, back in the day, I did some work, this was kind of a popular thing in the 90s, was wedding videography. And me and a couple of guys, we used to do some of that on the side for some extra cash. And I used the Amiga for all of my titles and a bunch of other things. I love the Amiga. Great device, ahead of its time, no question. Sun Solaris, man, I tell you, I've been fortunate enough to play with a lot of that stuff. I had, what was that thing called? This is when they started making some, was it a Spark 5? Was that what it was? A little pizza box looking thing, with their kind of trademark purple and beige. Purple. It wasn't quite white. It wasn't like compact beige, certainly. But I had one of those too. The first website I ever put on the internet was on that box. So fun stuff there for sure. All right. Let's see. Yeah, this could be a little rough and out of sorts here tonight. Like I said, I feel like all my streaming skills have atrophied. But let me try to get on track here. I don't know if we have any new folks out there, but I would be remiss if I don't mention the community list. If you guys aren't on the community list, hit that link, go out there, sign up for the community list. Actually, I kind of pride myself on not spamming, the community and trying to be thoughtful and send out stuff that's meaningful. But man, it's been a little while since I've sent anything out. I've got to get something out this weekend or early next week. But if you want to stay in the loop on what's happening on the channel, different things that are going on here around the ranch, sign up for the community list. Like I said, I don't spam you. I do send out all of my affiliate links and discount codes and that type of thing on there. So if that's something that you're interested in, that would be a reason to sign up. And let's see. The other reason to sign up is we are approaching a 5,000 subscriber channel giveaway. And I just wanted to pull up YouTube Studio to see where I'm at today. I'm at 4,477. So when we hit that 5,000 mark, I've got some good stuff to give away. I've got at least one, and I've already got it, Icom IC2730 Black Edition that I'll be giving away. I might even do two of those. The community's been so awesome. The support's been so great. I'm going to try to do two of those in that giveaway. And then I've got like just a bunch of other great stuff that you guys have seen on the channel, stuff that a lot of it's been donated, which is fantastic. So we'll have a chance to talk about some of that stuff, right? Some great folks that have partnered with the channel, folks like Seed Studio, Meshtastic Dave. He hooked me up with some stuff that I'll be giving away as part of that. I've got a couple of elk antennas that are a part of that as well. So there's some Meshtastic stuff. There's some satellite stuff. There's some just general good stuff, right? Stuff, like I said, that you've seen here on the channel. You got to be on the community list to win anything on the channel. So that's just another reason to get yourself signed up. And then the other thing that I will mention here real quick is my bio links. Right, this is a link tree type of URL where I share with you guys things like merch. Oh, speaking of merch, hey, check this out. Got the closest thing. I'm still don't know if I'm completely doggone close. So we're gonna have a late shift T-shirt out there as well. There's some satellite hunter stuff. There's some bumper stickers. All that kind of fun stuff. So if that's something that something that's interesting to you, you'll find those things out there. And yeah, some links to like my Amazon store, all those types of things. So there's lots of ways. If you would like to support the channel, there's ways to do that. And that's a great place to find those. All right. I think we're good with that. Now I'm going to touch on just a couple of things here for the this and that segment, and then the downlink, right? Our primary topic for tonight. And, hopefully this is something you guys are interested in. And look, if you're not, that's okay. It's something that caught my eye. And I've not had a chance to do much playing with it. So I want to bring it up here and play with it a bit. And that is to try to get in a position, I said that specifically, to try and work some of the Meteor scatter that is going on right now. And the reason why right now, besides the fact that, this is kind of the season for the meteor shower, but HamSCI has a QSO party that I think it actually started yesterday or today. I'm not sure. We'll look at it. But they've got like a 2-day QSO party, and this is kind of a continuation of the one that they did in August. And I didn't have a chance to work that in August at all. And, I don't think I've ever made a meteor scatter contact. And I just think that's so cool. I think that is way cool. So I'd like to walk through getting that configured. So I had to do a bunch of hurry up and configure some stuff. I've got the Flex fired up tonight. We've got WSJTX. We're going to talk about doing some configurations. I see you talking out there about TinyGS, Dawn. We'll have to touch base on that too, see how everyone's doing, how everyone did. But I just wanted to mention the topic. So if folks are wondering what the topic's going to be, we're going to be talking about meteor scatter contacts. So, all right, let's see. What did I miss out here? You guys are chatting up a storm. Let's see. Doc Brad's out there. Good to see you out there, Doc. Oh, look at that. Somebody got a new radio. Doc got a 7300 Mark II. I saw a bunch of people are starting to receive those things. I can't wait to hear how they work for folks. I mean, I'm positive they're going to be fantastic, but certainly looking to hear some firsthand accounts. I don't have any Icom HF stuff. All of my Icom stuff is VHF, UHF. And I love all that stuff. You know, I've been kicking around whether or not I want to get a 705, but I'm still on the fence there a little bit. But yeah, I can't wait to hear how people like that new radio. Let's see, who else is out here? Arnie, welcome. Good to see you out there. Oh, look at that. Arnie's a good guy. You see that? He's volunteering to get sent some free stuff. That's the way you do it. All right, let's see. Wes says he had his TinyGS station up for 10 days, had it configured for the light sale, didn't see anything from it, put it back into 400 auto, and you're seeing tons. You know, oh my gosh. So I was all set up. I was all, I was pumped. I was ready to go. I'd been receiving like a banshee, right? I've been like in the 700, 800 range, for several days, and I had to go out of town. And at that point, Cornell had not passed along the final config for the light sale deployment. So it's like, should I try to set it up? Should I, use the setup that they talked about in their config doc? And I said, yeah, you know what? I'll just wait, because that's accessible through their website. I shouldn't have any problem. Famous last words. They sent out the update, and, I've been passing that along. I hope you guys all could see some of those updates that I was sending along. I'm on that mailing list. Whenever I would get updates about settings or status, I would pass that along through various channels. But I received that. I'm like, okay, I got to go in there. I got to do my remote config. And I changed the remote config. And I'm like, okay, that was pretty easy. That worked pretty well. Kind of the way you'd expect it to. And then I thought, you know what? I should take some screenshots here so I could put a little guide together and make sure everybody knows exactly how to do this. And, send it out to folks. And so I started to set things back to the way it was previously configured. And one of the things, there was one field, it didn't update. I can't remember what the field was off the top of my head, but it wouldn't update that field automatically. So I just backed it out. I thought I'll save it and then I'll come back in and maybe it'll let me update it so that I get a good screenshot so you guys can see exactly what you need to do. And I saved that sucker and it corrupted the config. And the TinyGS was offline. And here I am sitting in Las Vegas, and it's like 4 hours before they're supposed to launch the light sale. And I just can't believe it. I'm just like, you gotta be kidding me. And the next time I talked with Trina, she was down at the barn, and I said, hey, take a peek up there and see if you see anything. If you guys remember, the case I've got has that kind of smoked clear plastic case front. And, I said, unplug it, plug it back in. Let me know if you see anything that pops up. So she does it and nothing. And I can't reach it. And I just can't believe it. So, I didn't even have a chance to try to hear it. But, when I got home, of course, it was past the deployment window, and I went out. I had to hook the computer to it, reflash it, set it back up, and I'm back up and receiving packets again. But talk about a bummer, just a complete bummer. If we have time later, maybe we'll look at that. They had some issues. Oh, interesting. We'll have to take a look at the config so I can point out what not to do. I know I set something out, but and I said, "Hey, don't do this." But I don't even remember what it was. It was like the fog of war at that time. I was so mad at myself. Just couldn't believe it. But it looks like they're going to be doing some additional experiments. So they've got some other projects planned. It also sounded like the window was very, very short, maybe shorter than they had anticipated. And it looks like I think there was maybe only a couple of packets that were captured. There were some that were potentially from the light sail, but I think they only had a couple that were actually confirmed. And those were, like Eastern Europe, somewhere around there, maybe. Maybe it was even a little further east. But I don't think there were many. We'll have to look at that later. I got to start making some notes. We're going to have to check that out. I haven't had a chance to follow up on that. All right, so we're going to see how many packets were received on the light sail. That'll be interesting. All right, let's see. Wes says, about 6 months ago, I bought a grade LNA. Nice. 70 centimeter filter. Nice. Oh, yeah. Man, it seems like whenever those opportunities come up, right? There's some other. It's like all those Russian bandpass filters. Those are like the best, right? Just the best bandpass filters. The name of them escapes me right this minute, but you haven't been able to get them for years now. I've got several of them, but I don't have as many as I would like to have. I don't have all the bands covered. Yeah, sometimes, especially when those are, and it's interesting, right? That some of those things come out of the Czech Republic, some of them come out of Hungary. It seems like if you find something and you want it and you can get it, it's probably best to go ahead and make the move, right? Things are so uncertain in many ways that it can be rough. Things can change pretty quickly. All right, let's see here. Let me get over here. Here we go. There we go. So we're going to touch on just a couple of these things real quick. We're going to zip through. This and that. I really don't have a lot of that this week, but just some things that we'll touch on, and then we can come back to later after we get through the downlink topic. But this here is just to give you guys an idea of what's going on out in Vegas from a Meshtastic standpoint. I was pretty impressed. Now I am, and I think I've got a couple other images here to help tell the story. But most of these radios are, I would say, local radios too. Most of them are not like in downtown Las Vegas or on the Strip. And let's see if I've got a better one here. Well, first of all, look at some of these numbers. right? 218. So I was staying on the strip. I was kind of on the north end of the strip at MGM. And I was, you can see I picked up 218 at the point that I grabbed this screenshot. And when I took a look at things, first of all, a lot of these were not very close, right? 10 kilometers away, 20 kilometers away. There weren't a lot that were, I think, visitors, right? I think they've got a really robust Meshtastic footprint, which is really pretty awesome. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but yeah, you might not be able to tell, but I'm kind of hidden down here, right? You can kind of see where it says Las Vegas a little bit, right here where this NMTB is. I'm kind of buried underneath that, but all of the rest of these things are, outside of kind of the tourist locations, so they've got it going on there in terms of Meshtastic. I don't know if we have anybody here in the chat who has any experience with that, but I was impressed. Yeah, I used to get some good stuff out of Ukraine. That's for certain. Let's see, mini kits. Yep, that's really good stuff. Yeah, Vegas is strong. You know what? They're strong with the mesh. And the other thing that really impressed me was their UHF VHF. They've got the, what is it? The Sin City Repeater Group, something like that. That might not be the exact name, but they've got some linked repeaters out there. They've got a group that maintains a bunch of UHF VHF repeaters in the area. I was shocked. I mean, you guys can just imagine the amount of RF on the strip, right? I mean, just tons and tons of LED lights everywhere. Yes, there's some neon out there too, right? But I mean, so much of it's LED these days. I mean, it's got to be one of the toughest environments, right down on the strip. And I couldn't believe the great signal quality and the signal penetration into, like, even just the hotel, into the hotel itself. It was really fan. And I'm not talking just, one repeater. This is like 6 or 8 repeaters that I was able to pick up. It was really impressive. So strong in the mesh, strong UHF VHF, a lot of UHF VHF digital stuff as well, right? There was a lot of digital repeaters in the area. Pretty impressive stuff. I don't think there's any. Yeah, I think I just wanted to point out some of the totals there. Don't get me started on corporate travel, but I was out in Vegas for work, and to get home to Texas, I had to fly to Los Angeles. Like I said, don't get me started, but okay, I said, let's make some lemonade out of lemons here. Let's see, let's see what's going on in Los Angeles. Let's see what's going on out by LA airport. And, this will be fun. Except for the fact that my plane was delayed and I had a quick turn to begin with. So I didn't have boots on the ground for very long at all. I was super fortunate. My gate was kind of almost like at a cul-de-sac, if you want to think of it kind of like a cul-de-sac. It was pretty lucky too. My connecting flight was just 2 gates down, or else I would have been SOL. I would have spent way too much time in LA. But, once I landed, and it took forever to taxi to get over to the airport. And here, if you take a look here, this is just giving you kind of a high level view. That blue dot is the airport. That was me. And then, you can see there's, a number of stations around here. You can see there's a bubble of 10 plus there. And maybe we can zoom in a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Zoom in a little bit here. Again, I'm the blue dot. You can see all these stations. While I was taxiing, I said, gosh, let me see if I can, let me reach out and see if I can get Josh. Let me see if Josh got his Meshtastic node going. I mean, he is in Cerritos, which isn't terribly far. But let's see if I can get him. So I sent out a message just to try to get him. Didn't hear anything. So I said, all right, let me reach out to him on Discord. Let me see if he's paying attention, see if he's around. All right, this is, what is this, Friday morning. Probably afternoon at this point. And I actually, he was paying attention to Discord, so we had a little chat, and I said, hey, I'm at LAX. Let's see if we can make a Meshtastic contact. And he says, yeah, I've got my device. Go ahead. And so I tried to send him some messages. He tried to send me some messages. No go, right? No luck. Couldn't hear him. I mean, and there are plenty of radios between he and I, right? And maybe the problem is too many radios between he and I. So I started playing around. I typically keep my mesh radio at a max of 3 hops. So I said, all right, let me change it to 7 hops. So I changed it to 7 hops, messed around a bit more, and finally, eventually, so I was at what? I was at 218 or so in Vegas. And then, picked up almost another 100 nodes between, or in the LAX area, right? So a lot of nodes in the area. And finally, he picked it up. But he was never able to send me a response, right? And this is what I'm talking about in terms of where does Meshtastic shine, and when should we look for something else? And I think, and I'm not going to go too far down this rabbit hole, but just to kind of set the stage for our later chat, I really think Meshtastic is great whenever we do the HamFest thing, and it's kind of an ad hoc network, and we're standing up, something to cover a concentrated area. But, in terms of permanent infrastructure and reliably communicating from point A to point B, I mean, I was at LAX, Josh was in Cerritos. We should have been able to have a conversation with the number of nodes in between us, right? The mesh was robust enough. There were enough nodes that we should have been able to have a conversation. And I'm wondering, what's that experience on MeshCore, right? So just something to wet your whistle with a little bit there. We'll, that'll be a good chat for later. And then, finally working my way home, you can see I picked up another 100 nodes coming into DFW. And, I've got Jason, who's really close to the airport. I've got Frank that's ridiculously close to the airport. I flew over, I came in on a north, kind of a north pattern. I should have been able to get Paul. I wasn't able to get any of those guys. And again, I just think because the density of nodes is just too thick. So, but again, something we can chat about later. A couple of other items just real quick, or one more item here before we jump into the main topic. This is just one I wanted to, I didn't have a chance to look into this, but I'd like to pull up this satellite and learn a little bit more about it. Just a couple of more days, 1216, and this thing will deorbit. So there may be a chance to pick up the beacon on this thing before it's gone. But that'll be something fun for us to talk about. All right. Let me see what I missed here. What are you guys chatting about? Let's see. Wes goes to Vegas. Gotcha. Oh, in August. I'm sorry, dude. Nice, nice. Yeah, it'd be interesting to chat a little bit about that, Wes. When you say it works or performs well, I'm curious. I'm guessing, right? You guys are all out of town. I mean, I know what it's like when we travel too, right? Very similar type of circumstance, right? We got a dozen people or so going, and whenever we're kind of, in a pod, when we're all kind of together, the communications works fine. I think we're all within hop limits and those types of things, and it works pretty well. Yeah, medium fast. I mean, moving off a long fast is certainly what, you can't just run long fast. And that's what I was running, just because, you can see the infrastructure out there. You can see the footprint of people that are on long fast. I mean, it's still prevalent, right? It's not until folks get a little more mature in their understanding to where they start making those types of network changes at scale, right, within a geographic area. I mean, in our area here, in my county and a couple of the surrounding counties, we've done the same thing here. Everyone's moved to medium fast, and that's improved the situation. But again, man, I'm thinking we need to really be pushing some of this mesh core stuff just to compare, right? I mean, I don't know that it's better, but that's the claim. Sure, anybody can say anything, so we got to try it, right? That's what we do. Dawn going to DC in January. Nice. Yes, you should. Dawn, you should take one everywhere you go. I mean, they're so small. It's just, it's so interesting to see what's going on in other areas. Let's see. Oh, nice. Good to see, Wes. All right. Arnie, I did not go inside the sphere. I think the Wicked thing is still going on there. I mean, I would not have been opposed to it, right? I think I have this right. The screen for, and maybe it's for everything. It's the first time I heard it characterized this way, as someone talking about Wicked being shown in the sphere. Is the screen is equivalent to a 16K resolution, right? So not a 4K, not like a 4K TV, not like an 8K TV, but a 16K screen is what you get there. So I wouldn't have been opposed to it, but I was there for a conference, and I mean, those conferences are, it's a true technical conference, and you go, I mean, you start early, you go late, and by the end of it, at the end of the day, I'm toast. I'm just done. Let's see here. All right, some good chat going on there. What Meshtastic device do I have? I've got a ton of them, and I usually carry at least three, and oftentimes more. So I've got the Seed T1000E that I carry frequently just because it's so easy. I've got this this Musi Works, and of course it's green, so you guys can't see it. This is one of my favorites. I really like that Elecro node. I don't carry that one directly as much. I keep it in my truck now. It's part of my emergency communications kit. I've got the rack mesh tag, which is similar to the Seed. I took that one to Vegas with me. And I'm a big fan of the Spec 5 Delta. I carry that one frequently, and I also carry the Atlavox, what is it, the M1, pretty frequently as well. Let's see here. Reinvent. Yes, that's what I was doing there, Jason. Exactly. All right. Dennis, welcome. Good to see you out there. I don't think I missed anyone else. Man, it's fun to be doing this again. I missed it for the last couple of weeks. All right. Let's see here. Have you guys been doing any of this Meteor scatter stuff? I don't think I've ever done this. Let's see. As I mentioned, HamSCI is running with this is their Meteor Scatter QSO Party. And they've got a guide here that I want to work through and make sure that I'm set up to try to get a Meteor Scatter contact. Let me see. Have you guys been trying this at all? Is this something on you guys' radar? Let's see here. 2 meter skip. Okay. Yeah, Jason, that's kind of the case. Travel budgets are tight kind of all around. Gray Man, good to see you out there. KC9 USB, welcome. So yeah, I'm curious. If anyone's out there playing with this, let me know. I am curious. And like I said, I threw together just a quick scene so that we can, here, let me bring this up just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, so I've got the flex going. I've got the WSJTX going. I was doing a little bit of FT8 just to make sure my setup worked. You know, that's kind of the first step, right? Make sure things are working. So I did get that far, but I'd like to work through this here. Like I said, when I saw this, and I can't recall exactly where I saw it, but it certainly caught my eye, and I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Whenever we had Randy K7 AGE on the program here a couple of months ago, you know, I said he's like an every ham's ham because he's into all the fun stuff, right? I was not surprised to see him posting on his X account some of his contacts that he was making on Meteor Scatter. So I was like, of course he's got it. Nice job, Randy. So that gave me just another boost to try to get this set up and get this working. And then, the other thing that made me feel good about this, right, and said, hey, maybe I've got a shot to do this, because, guys, I don't have the perfect antenna for this, right? I've got an end-fed half wave out there right now. I still haven't got my DX Commander back in play, which would, just be another opportunity here. This, it's not exactly the best setup, but people are making contact. So, you don't always have to have the absolute best configuration to make things happen, right? You guys should know that by now. But, the fact that these contacts happen on these specific frequencies, right, is another reason why, it's kind of like very similar to FT8, right? Where, if you go to that frequency and just listen, unless there's some kind of catastrophic solar issue going on, you're going to be able to hear people and make contacts. Now, I don't expect there to be a ton of people out there trying this, but at least everyone will be congregating in the same place, and, we'll have a better shot than not if we happen to be listening at the right time. Let's see. N8YO was chasing grid squares. Yeah, well, you know what? Hey, Chris. Good to see you out there. Jason hit me up, I think it was yesterday, and he said, hey, I've got N8YO. We're over here at the cigar bar. Why don't you come over? And this was like 4:00, and Jason forgets some of us have day jobs. So I didn't have a chance to catch up with those guys. But, after I finished work, then I had a bunch of goat chores to get done. But N8YO was here in Texas, so I don't know if he's had a chance to work this or not. To do that, you need to be outside and awake. Well, they do say, right, and I think they talk about this a little bit here, right? Early morning hours or dusk hours. And you know what? As I was getting things set up and prepared for this, I think I missed an opportunity. I heard something that it was very distinct. It was not interference. It was not RFI. It was some intentional transmission, and I wasn't ready for it. And that was, kind of at dusk, right? So they say at dusk and at dawn are your best opportunities. So I probably did miss it. I don't know that we'll have any chance to hear anything tonight or not, but I want to work through the setup, and I thought it'd be fun to work through that together. That way, if you guys are interested and you want to, give this a try too, you'll be all set. Right. And it's usually during one of these events that you've got the best opportunity, right? When people are thinking about it, they're focused on it. Something like a QSO party here where there's actually, I don't know that there's prizes, but there's recognition at least for making contacts. So, that generally brings people out a little bit. Let's see. What kind of well, of course, a directional antenna is always kind of the best situation, right? Where you're going to get some gain. Certainly not going to get much gain on an end-fed half wave. I think the other issue I've got, and I can see it right now, you guys can't see it yet. Let me just give you a peek here. I've got something. I don't know how well some of this stuff picks up, so you guys will have to let me know. But I have the VFO tuned to the appropriate frequency here, and you can see I've got some hash, I've got some noise here. So I don't know if it's one of my many dusk to dawn spotlights out there or what. Because I was not seeing this earlier, but you know, it's dark these days, so at this point. So I'm picking up some noise there from something. But regardless, we're going to set it up, and I want to see if I can get a contact. I'll be thrilled if I can hear something. That'd be super cool. All right, let's see. Yeah, but I do got the flex. Yep, that's true. And I do have some power here too. So if I'm able to hear something, if I need to crank up the power so somebody else can hear me, I'm not opposed to trying to light it up that way too. So what data are they getting? Some kind of scanning like radar type thing. And let's start walking through this. I mean, everyone's got some questions, which is great. So at least we've tickled your curiosity a little bit. Let's walk through this and see what's going on. So they're saying here August 11th and 12th. So we're kind of in the end of it here. Let's see if they tell us exactly what the time frame is. I'm sure they tell us somewhere, but they give us here the specific frequencies that we need. Okay. And we're at the, I don't know how you say this. How do you say this? Geminid, the Geminid, December Geminid shower, as opposed to the Perseid shower. I'm not sure how you say those things. Not my cup of tea. I'm not great at that. Let's see. So they are looking for contacts that transmit and receive. They're also accepting people just monitoring, right? Just capturing the detail. One of the other things, I'm sure that it's in here somewhere else, but in addition to the contact detail, right, the logged contacts, WSJTX also allows you to record the audio for the contact. So that's another thing that they're interested in, right? They're saying, hey, give us your log file, but also give us your audio files of the actual contact. So, you know, MSK 144. Now, I've made MSK 144 contacts before. Actually, I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. One of the QSL cards that I got, these aren't them. One of the QSL cards that I got from the Bureau, you know, about 3 weeks or so ago was a MSK 144 contact. So I've made the contact before, and who knows, maybe, you know, one of the things I enjoy doing is just going out looking for signals that I don't recognize. Either, you know, I've never heard them before. It sounds different, looks different in the waterfall. And then I like to try to figure out what that signal is. Try to, you know, I go through the various modes and see if anything decodes, that type of thing. That very well may be how I made that MSK 144 contact. And who knows, maybe it was, gosh, I'm going to have to find that card now, because I'm going to have to find out what time of year it was, and see if I can figure out how did I make that contact, because it was a DX contact because it came through the Bureau, but I don't know, I can't remember the detail. Yeah, I know I mean, he's a 6 meter freakazoid. He loves his 6 meters. He's going after that Fred Fish thing too. So, let's see. Geminid. Ah, great. Thanks, Dennis. Amateur astronomer. Oh, nice. Very cool. Hey, Rob, welcome. We're chatting about setting up for this Geminid meteor shower and how you make contacts off a meteor scatter. So we're going to set some of that up tonight. Let's see. So we've got the dates. We know what's going on there. So here's what they're talking about, right? Here's all you need. A modern FM transceiver. Okay. Computer running your WSJTX. Pretty straightforward. Sound card interface, right? Whatever you need to get FT8 working, right? It's very similar to FT8 in the actual exchange and process. Let's see. Antennas can be as simple as an attic dipole, a Yagi, a hex beam, quad or Moxon if you have one, right? They're kind of saying, hey, if you've got something with gain, that's better. But they're also saying you don't necessarily need something with gain, right? If you've got an attic dipole, you can make contacts. So cool. We're going to see if we can make contacts on an end-fed half wave. All right. Transmitting stations run 100 watts. This is not a QRP event. Love that. There you go, Don. You should be firing this up, Don. You should be trying to get some of these contacts. Meteor scatter activity is not limited to the major shower events. But again, right, when you have an event, you're going to get a concentration of people. It's almost like, it's like a contest, right? You got a greater likelihood of making a contact because people are focused on it. Let's see here. They give us some websites. Cool. They give us the frequencies again and the mode, MSK 144. Okay, Saturday mornings are often the busiest outside of a major event. Good to know. Okay, so let's talk about the setup here. First of all, if you don't already have WSJTX set up, right? They tell you how to go out there and get it, which is great. Boy, it's been a long time since I've looked at this site. It always drove me nuts. I want to see if this is still the case. It always drove me nuts how they've got so much like crap on the pages. All right, so there's the 2.7. Do they have the 3? Yeah, so they've got the 3. One thing to just be aware of, right? And I hate to even go there. When you go to these download sites, these things look like they're scammer sites, right? They have so many ads running. They've got all this crap going. They've got all these things, click here to download, and they're fake downloads. I really wish they would do something to clean those up. So my point is, if you have to go grab this, just be careful when you go grab that and download it. Don't click on an ad that looks like something that's running or that looks like a legitimate download. If I'm not mistaken, the last time I had to grab something, I think the auto download will, I think the file will auto download for you so you don't have to click anything. So at least they've done that, but just be careful. I just hate even going to those sites because there's just so much crap on those pages. All right. What'd I do? Oh, this is the flex page. All right, so that's not great. Let's see. I closed that. I didn't open another. So let's go HamSCI Meteor shower event. I closed the tab. There we go. Let's see. I've never done any radio astronomy. The frequencies are already set in the software. That's cool. We'll have to take a look there because I tried to do a little pre-work here just so that we could get through this stuff. And I'm not familiar with that one, Wes. I'll have to check that out. And in the instruction, it actually told you how to add, I think it was maybe the 6 meter frequency because that's not in the default. But we'll see. We'll try to zip through this here a little bit. Okay, so a couple of the things that they want, they're asking you to do to participate is set up PSK reporter. Okay, so that's good. You know what? Let me, I'm going to bounce back and forth. Well, you know what? Yeah, let me do that. Let me bounce back and forth here a little bit. And you know what I may need to do? I may need to, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Just so you guys, oh boy, I wonder how this is gonna, all right, we'll find out. I'm not sure how this is going to, I'm screen grabbing a window. I might have to set up another screen grab if I have a pop-up here. All right, so if I go to File, you guys able to, oh yeah, it's not even showing you the menu. That sucks. Okay, so let me do a quick, let me add a quick input here. Wrong one. Oh, this thing's going to be a pain, I think. Let's see. Is it going to be easier? Is it going to be easier? Let me try one more thing. Let me see if I can share out the entire screen. Let's see what number this is. Yeah, let's see, will that work? I think this will work. All right, let me give this a try. And will it? Yeah, it will. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just trying to figure this out on the fly. I don't think that's a complete surprise to anybody, right? All right, so here we've got our WSJTX. Go to our settings, drag the settings up here. Reporting. Okay, I'm enabled for PSK reporter. What else was that looking for? Let me drag this out of the way. This thing is finicky. All right, let's try this instead. There we go. Well, let me move it here. Okay, so log automatic contesting. I think what they really care about here is PSK reporter, so that's good. Okay, let's see what else they say here. Some other considerations. Special operating activity, yes or no? Okay, where the heck is that? I could not find that before. Let's keep that one in mind. We'll come back to that. And let's look at some of these other settings. Mode. Okay, I think we're good for mode. We're good for mode. Decode deep. If your CPU can handle it. Can you handle it? It's up here, right? Yep, so I'm on deep. Let's see. CQing to... Oh, all right. Now, what is this? All right. Let's get an opinion here. This one here. This one here is interesting. Okay. Transmit even first. CQing to the west, unmarked. CQing to the east, marked. How do I know? Transmit even first, marked or unmarked. So CQing to the west, unmarked. CQing to the east, marked. All right, I need somebody smart in the chat to tell me what in the heck that means. Dawn's getting packets. There you go. Nice. What frequency are you on, Dawn? Let's see here. Am I using OBS? No, I'm not. Dawn, I'm interested in how you've got that transmit, right? And here's what they're talking about, right? Do you want this on or off? I'm just curious what you got there. 5260. Okay, let me see. I don't know what I'm actually on. I think that's what I'm on here as well. Almost. There we go. But all I see is that hashy nastiness there. We'll come back. We'll come back to that in a second. I want to make sure I got everything set here. Okay. Let me get this guy back up. Okay, so a couple other settings. F-toll to 200 if your CPU can handle it. He's unchecked and pointing west. Okay. So we'll leave it unchecked here as well. We've got that set. Receive Hertz RX 1500. We'll leave that as it is. Report number will be filled in when you're receiving. Let's see, TR seconds, 15 seconds. That looks good. SH, unmarked. Okay. Auto sequence, user preference. We'll go auto sequence. Okay. So the only thing maybe, is it on this screen? Special operating activity, NAVHF. Where is that? I don't see it anywhere here on the screen. Wouldn't be back here anywhere. Is it one of these settings? Special operating activity. I don't see that. So it could be somewhere here in the settings. I don't see anything there. It's in settings somewhere. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but let's see. Just see if and I don't know how critical it is either, but if they call it out, let's see if we can find it. I don't see it there. Don't see it there. Wouldn't expect it here. This is a pretty generic implementation or configuration. Nothing here. 10 meters. This is the one they had me add right here. We'll see that further in. Yeah, I have no idea where that is. Wait, special operating activity. I don't want that, so I guess we just leave that off. There it is on the advanced page, so we'll leave that off. Special operating activity, yes, no, no. It's not yes, no anymore, but I think we just turn that off. We should be okay. Okay. Let me get this out of the way for now. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. So we've got all those configured. Yeah, so here's the note that I was referring to, Dawn. As delivered out of the box, WSJT does not contain the 10 meter MSK in the frequency list, but you can add it, right? So that's really simple to do. They tell you exactly how to do it here, right? Just so everyone can see it. You just do a right click in here. Do a right click in here, say insert, and then you'll get a form. We bring this thing back up. Maybe we have to do a right click. How do we bring it back up if we want to? That's interesting. I guess you just fill it in here. I don't know that I want a start date or an end date. I don't know what that's all about. This is what got me in trouble on the TinyGS. All right, let's see. So we should be good there now. We've already, oh, that's interesting. So, oh, that's for FT4. Okay. Okay, so we're set that way. Oh, audio recordings, right? Here's what I mentioned before, right? So in addition to wanting the logs, your ADIF files, they also want you to save the audio. And there's nothing to that, right? You just go in there, tell it what the save location is. And then once you've made your contact, you just come down here and say, save the decoded audio. So that's pretty straightforward. Operating hints and additional resources. They got some websites here that you can check out. Oh, check out Virgo EXE for Meteor Sky View Visualization. That's interesting. Let's see, on your transceiver, set your USB data filter as wide as possible. 3K works well. The fast graph window shows 15-second time slots. Okay. I'm guessing that's what they're talking about here. Where did I throw that? I threw it over here. Okay. use the web and visit. Here, let's open this in a new tab. Ping Jockey Central and listen for stations announcing their CQs. Interesting. Let's see. All right, so this was just a minute ago, right? We're 4:15-ish, 4:15-ish UTC right now. So that's cool. So this is kind of a spotting page that we can use. Comma not dot. Hey, Ham Radio 2024. Not sure what you're referring to. Sounds like I may have misspoke there. Thanks for calling it out. Wes, thanks for hanging. It's good to see you. Try to get out there and make some meteor scatter contacts. Have a great weekend, buddy. All right, let's see what else they can tell us. Let's see. If possible, use a directional antenna. That's not in our wheelhouse right now. We'll see you, Frank. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Thanks for the redirect tonight as well. Appreciate that. Let's see. What else can they tell us? DX maps. Let's look at this. What are they telling us? Go to your area and look for blue QSO paths. Okay. Oh, looky here. KC5HS. Let's see. Here's Texas. Is he still in Texas? Barely. This is probably trying to see that through. I'm guessing that's over El Paso way. Let's see here. So I've got somebody really close to me, right? I'm in EM13. This is between EM13 and 12. Hard to say exactly. He's in EM13. Okay. So that, and I wonder, what can I learn about that? Somebody in EM13 at some point, I don't know how long these lines stay on, but we've got somebody up here in EM49. What's EM49? Let's see. Where the heck is that? So that's south of, is that Michigan? I don't know, what is this? Indiana, maybe? KB9 rug. KB9 rug. But it looks like I wish I knew how long these were good for. How long do these things stay on the map? That's interesting. Okay, let's see if there's anything here. I see lots of red, so I see nothing. I see no blue here. Okay. Don, were you able to make a contact? Oh, you're going to point east. Okay. Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of stations cranking out a lot of activity. Maybe that's the way to think about it, right? You got this W4 IMD, got, bunch of contacts there. This K7EK. Let's see, are any of these call signs familiar? Not to me. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm hoping you guys can see that kind of that hash there that's on the waterfall. Let me turn this on so you guys can hear it. Is that audio coming through? Let me look here. It might not be. Let me see if I can bring this audio through for you guys. Let's see here. Oh, why won't you let me? I'm just looking here to see how I can bring that audio in. It's not going to be nearly as fun if you guys can't hear what's going on. Let's see here. Let me see how I have one of these others set up that you guys can hear. All right, maybe I need to make it as a scene. Let me go ahead and try that real quick. Oh, wait, let me try it here. I've already got one of these on a scene for you guys. This is the one I'm trying to get working. Audio, give me some audio. Okay, let's see. Okay. Audio on these things drive me crazy. Boy, oh boy, it shouldn't be this hard, but it is. See, it doesn't even... Tortoise, welcome. I am struggling with some audio here, trying to get the audio so you guys can hear this. I'm sure I'm doing something boneheaded. Dawn, thanks for hanging out. You lost all the stations you were hearing. All right, good to know. Thank you. 7-3. All right, let me see here. So what we're talking about tonight, Tortoise, here, let me just, I'll give you the super quick run up. What we're talking about tonight is the HamSCI Meteor Scatter QSO Party. So we went through the configuration of WSJTX to see what you need to do in order to work Meteor Scatter during the QSO Party. So we've got the setup in place. We're just trying to see if we can actually hear something, and I'm trying to pipe the audio into the stream here because for whatever reason, I am not able to get the audio in. I'm going to try to reset it. We'll let it in. Let me check something real quick here. I know I had a bugger of a time getting this figured out in time. Hey, Dell, welcome. Let's see if that's it. I'm going to take just a minute here to see if I can figure this out, because this would be pretty cool if we could get it working. So, and actually luck into something. I'd want you guys to be able to hear it. Boy, but I'm just not seeing what I expect or need to. Thanks for hanging out, Kelly. Good to see you. You only need one asteroid. There you go. That's the spirit. All right, let me see here. That's not getting me anywhere. So let me get to this other screen so you guys have an unencumbered view. Let me just for the heck of it check. I'm just curious. Probably still yeah, there's I just want to see if I'm still picking stuff up. Let me move this back over. Let's see. I'm just checking to see if I'm still hearing stuff. Yeah, I am. Okay, so all I did is just switched over to the FT8 frequency real quick so I could see if the radio was working since you guys weren't hearing things. And it looks like it is. So I'm not seeing any activity here. What was that frequency they told us we wanted? Yeah, I was looking for that VB audio. That's not going to help us, though. This is the virtual audio file or the virtual audio cable that I use to pipe from programs into the streams. That's what I was thinking may be jacked up, but I think that's going to likely take a little more time to troubleshoot than anyone's got patience for. So let's see here. So 28145. Yeah, that's what I'm on. So I'm not seeing evidence of anything here. I'm not hearing anything. You guys aren't hearing it either, but you're not missing anything. And then here in 6 meters, you can see I've got a little bit of noise over here, a little bit further up the band. And then right here where I'm listening, where I want to hear hopefully something, I've got this hash going on, and I think that's likely from some outside lights here at the house. That's what I'm guessing, because I was not seeing that earlier. And we are certainly past. So Dell, I'm just hooked up to an end-fed half wave right now. Like I'd mentioned earlier, I was pretty excited as I was preparing for the stream, and it was probably around 7 o'clock Central Time. I actually was seeing some signals here at 5260, which I've got to believe, if they're on that frequency and they looked like legitimate signals, right? They didn't look like noise. I've got to believe that they were meteor scatter. But, as recommended in the HamSCI documentation here, all right, the best time And the most likely time to make contacts is at dusk and at dawn. So we're certainly well past that here. But, you know, I was hopeful that we might luck into something. Yeah, I think, Chris, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up to record the incoming IF. I'm gonna set that up to record for the dawn hour. I don't know if I'll be up that early, but I can set this to record and then come back and look at it. Any questions about this setup? If anybody wants to try to set this up on their own, right? You just go to hamsci.org/MSQP, Meteor Shower QSO Party, and that's what we get here. Let's see what's in this operating guide. Oh, they tell you more about what they're looking for here. So here's the times. And this is the time for the event. That doesn't mean that you can't operate outside of these times, but you're likely to have a better chance of seeing folks in these operating hours for sure. So, 10 and 6 are dead here, less than S1 on both. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of action here either. Yeah, this is really all about the event, which is cool, but I'm less interested in that. I just like the idea of trying to piggyback on the event and maybe have an opportunity to make a meteor scatter contact. But, I think this document is pretty well done. I think it could have a couple of improvements, like telling you where some of these configuration settings are so you don't have to go hunt for them. I mean, we found them. But, I mean, all in all, this is pretty straightforward. Tells you what you need to do. And they say the best opportunity outside of a contest, which will be outside of the contest at this stage, the best opportunity is to make a contact Saturday morning. So, we're all set for tomorrow morning. And, I see this in RIDI contests. When I work RIDI contests, you usually can't find any, or you can't find much RIDI activity outside of a contest. But when you do see it is, the day before, when people are verifying that their setups work. And then you often see quite a bit of activity the day after, because they're in the mode, they've got everything set up, they're configured, they're ready to go. There just seems to be this kind of, this extended opportunity after contests to actually make some of those contacts. All right, Tortoise, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you stopping by. The HamSCI workshop this year. When is that in Jersey this year? For some reason, I was thinking it was in Jersey. Or maybe it was last year. I would certainly like to go to it some point. They used to have it just there in Scranton, which I've got family close to Scranton. That would have been super easy. Okay, here we go. HamSCI 2026. Oh, it's in Central Connecticut State University. March. The Ides of March. So let's see. We've got Hamcation in February. We've got Hamvention in May. Winter Field Day in January. We don't have anything in March, do we? I don't know that there's any other events in March. I'll have to get down and look at the calendar on the fridge. I don't think there is anything going on. I would like to go to that. I really would. Let's see what they're talking about here. I've watched, I know Jason goes and he's live streamed, and I know he records the sessions. I've watched some of the sessions in real time before. And Dr. Frizzell has spoke at, he actually, I think it was 2 years ago, he spoke at the Flex Radio dinner at Hamvention. I got to, see him talk about his research there. So, but yeah, it's certainly something I'd like to do. Connecticut. Boy, I haven't been up to Connecticut in quite a while. I'm just checking some schedule stuff here. Yeah, I actually might be able to do that. So I wonder, how far is New Britain from Newington? I wouldn't mind doing a kind of a twofer visit. Oh crap, what was that? Where did it say it was? New Britain. Newington. Oh crap, look at that. They're neighbors. So you could make a stop over at the ARRL and do a little pilgrimage as well. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit more. I'll have to check with Jason, see when he's traveling. I like that idea. Yeah, easy peasy. Yeah, I was just curious if they were close, Jason. That just makes it even more appealing to make that trip, right? I personally have never been to the ARRL headquarters, so I'd like to check it out. Oh, it even says it's hosted by the ARRL. Very interesting. you know, I'm all about citizen science and citizen science activities. I think it's just such cool stuff. There's so many different opportunities, and HamSCI does a great job with a lot of this stuff. That's cool. What's the destination in New Britain? Let's see if it actually tells us more here. Registration. If it's hosted by the ARRL, I wonder, travel details will be announced early in 26. Let's see, maybe, oh, crap, I think it was right there. Yeah, I guess if I would have just looked here, I wouldn't have had to pull out maps, huh? Yeah, they don't, oh, let's see. Workshop events will be held at the university itself with opportunities to visit headquarters. Look at that. I got to do this. I don't know anything about Central Connecticut University. I don't think I've ever heard of it before, quite honestly. Let's see, what's their mascot? Is it some sort of demon deacon thing? What is that? Blue Devils. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Chris, you may have hit a homer there. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, let's see. Very cool. All right. So again, if this is something, you know, if you've got your FT8 station ready to go, there's very little you have to do in terms of changes to get this set up. Here, let's, I'm curious here too. Can't we see? Yeah. If these are all getting pumped to PSK Reporter. Let's say in the last 3 hours. Look at that. There's a ton of activity. People are out there doing it. Look at that. That's awesome. Let's go. See how much is 6 meter. So there's your 6 meter activity in the last 3 hours. Let's shorten this up. Let's see what's going on like now. Let's see the last 30 minutes. See if there's anything out there. Ah, really? Okay. So let's dial it in even a little closer. Let's say the last 15 minutes on 6 meter. Well, heck. It looks like it's jumping. Okay. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sitting here looking at... Jeez. I'm sitting here looking at this website, and not, you guys can't even see what's going on. So, this is 6 meter MSK in the last 15 minutes. And then let's change it here to 10 meters. Not nearly as much, but this is, what do we got here? EM00. Kerrville. On a random wire. You see that? Interesting. Well, he's also got a fan dipole. So that's, and you know, this one here's even closer to me. Let's see. What's this? EM13. So this is in my grid. So this is, I'm over in this area, right? Just outside. I'm assuming that's all light pollution. I'm just outside the light pollution out here somewhere. Interesting. But I'm not hearing anything. Let's see here. Let me look. Make sure. Okay, so I'm on digital. I've got 3K bandwidth. Just make sure I've got everything set up as I should. Yeah, it looks good. I got the DAX on. Let's see. This looks fine. Yeah. When you have multiple slices set up, you want to make sure that you're on the slice that you intend to be on. And I am, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I'm certainly just not hearing anything. I'm curious if I can even see if I can, what kind of tune. I did get tuned. Well, let's see here. Okay, I'm on MSK. Let me just double check here. Got my call sign in, got my grid in. Okay. Let me transmit. That is crazy looking. That looked huge. I didn't see what my... Yeah, what was going on there? Whoop. Oh, I'm still transmit. Okay, let's see. My SWR is okay. I'm only putting out about 50 watts. That looks fine, but boy, doesn't that look splatterish? That does not look good. Let's see. Is that what this mode looks like? Let's watch one more time. I mean, look how splatterish that looks. I mean, they're not showing anything. Maybe a little bit there, a little bit there. Interesting. Let's turn that transmit off. I turned that transmit off. That looked crazy. All right, I'm curious here now. Super curious. All right, I'm going to go back. Well, let me just wait for a minute first, just to make sure. Have you ever put an analyzer on your radio? Spurious emissions. I've never seen that before, Chris. I was doing some FT8 a little bit earlier. Here you can see I did just a couple of quick FT8 contacts to see what it looked like, to make sure that things were working. And I didn't have any trouble, and it didn't look funky. So what I want to do here is I'm going to go back to FT8. Get that out of the way. Let me get this out of the way. Let's see. We'll see if there's still anything going on 20 meters. I'm going to move off the band just a little bit here. Boy, that looks funky, doesn't it? Boy, that looked funky. Let me see here. Let's see if we're seeing hearing stations. Let's see here. I got a question over here. Was it antenna filter LNA TinyGS? Antenna. Yes, that's what worked the best. You got it, Tim. All right, let me go back here and see. Okay, so there's somebody calling CQ. I'm going to give it another cycle here, see if anybody else is calling them. If not, I'm going to try to hit them up. Doesn't look like it. We'll see if we can make this. Oh, yep, somebody else. We'll see if they finish that contact, or if he even responds. Didn't look like he responded. Oh yeah, maybe I'm just not hearing the other side of it. Yeah, that looks massive. That looks so strange. I wonder if he can hear it. So it looks like that's what, South Africa? We'll see if he comes back with another CQ. Yeah, so I'm curious if he responds. Wonder, do I have some other setting here that I've... Not going to be anything there. Nothing there. That should be fine. Let me check this real quick. DAX 1, yep. Okay, see if he's going to call CQ here. Come on. All right, let's see if he heard me. I don't know if he's in a QSO with somebody else. Let's see. I'm going to turn on the monitor so I can hear what's going out. Turn it down, make sure I've got it low. Oh, I got the wrong screen on for you guys again. Tag on it. Yeah, so I'm listening on this 14074. Is the blue vertical line? Yes, that's exactly what that is. That's, you can think of that as the VFO. And I'm just listening to this FT8 frequency. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Let me see what else is. Should be fine. That should be fine. Yeah, I'm going to go to 40 meters just to see if I can see. Oh, there's another. My SWR doesn't look bad. I'm going to go to 40 meters here if he doesn't respond to this, just so I can see more. Oh, he heard it. So he's hearing it. right? And he's in South Africa, so that's not shabby by any stretch, right? I'm on a end-fed half wave. Hey, Roger, Roger. We got a good contact to South Africa. Question is, why does it just look? It's been a long time since I've done FT8 on this flex. But I'll take it. I'll log that. All right, I'm very curious here. Let's see what boy, that just looks quiet as all get out. See nothing there. Let's see. Just for the heck of it. Okay, yeah, lots going on here on 80. Boy, 80 meters is hopping. I'm not sure if I can hear anything here. There's some interesting stuff out here. Got some CW here. Some slow CW too. Let's see what this is here. Oh, this is... Yeah, I can't believe you guys can't hear this. I'm going to have to get this figured out. So that all looks good, but why in the heck is 40? I mean, look at 40. What the heck? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's just nothing on 40. I'm going to have to spend some time with this flex and see what's going on here. That just looks odd. Forgot to send this over. What do you got, EOD? Do you have an updated spreadsheet maybe? All right, so I'm going to, just for the heck of it here, I'm going to go back over to this. And then I want to go back here to 6 meters. 260 is what we're after. Let's see here. And the cat controls working, right? This went to 6 meters. This went, okay, okay. That looks fine. Digital. This all looks good. I'm going to try to transmit one more time on here. That is just funky looking. Funky, funky, funky looking. I'm going to turn that off. I'm not comfortable with that. It just doesn't feel right, does it? Got to figure out what's going on there. I mean, I was able to make that South Africa contact though. So there's can't be all bad. All right. Feel like you're gonna blow out your front end. Yeah, I mean it doesn't look right, certainly. I think these flexes are pretty robust, but yeah, you certainly don't want to push your luck. I've got to do a little messing around there, see what's going on. I'm going to leave this audio in my ear just in case I hear something. And let's see here. I'm going to turn it down though. Here, let me just turn it down. All right. So I'm curious, anybody else here spending any time with, well, before we jump into that, because I think that'll be a little bit of a rabbit hole. Let me find this guy. Let's check out what this is. So this is a satellite that's about to re-enter. Let's look this guy up. Let's check out this satellite. And what are we calling this thing? TubSat 27. See if we can find it. TubSat 27. Do we have 27? I don't see 27. Let's try this DPO TBN. Don't see that. Now I think there was there a NORAD ID? I think there was. Tubin. We can try Tubin too. Let's try that first. Oh, there we go. Tubin. Let's see if it's got the right NORAD ID. 48900. 48900. Okay, we found it. All right, so let's check out the website here real quick. nano satellite mission. Let's see. We got a little bit of German on here, a little bit of English on here. It looks larger than a nano satellite. Some optical sensors, that's cool. Remote fire detection, that's kind of interesting. X-band transceiver. That's cool. Wow, some great images. Holy smokes. Fantastic images. So cool. Okay. So that's cool. So let's go back here to SatNogs here and let's see what transmitters it has. So this is telemetry we could likely get here. Mode U, 9600 and 4800. Right, that's what they were saying, right? It still has operational telemetry. A beacon every 10 seconds. So this would be a fun project to try to capture before this thing deorbits. To try to capture this this telemetry. Let's see if, right, if we're doing this on the cheap and easy. Let's see here. Let me get you guys. We'll see if we can find this in ISS detector so we could track it. Come on, phone. What you doing? There we go. Put this guy over here. All right, so let's see if we can find this. Tubin was what it was called, right? I'm just going to go in here to the satellite list. Hey, looky there. There it is. So I'm going to add that to my filter list of satellites I want to track. And let's see if we can make sure it shows up in the list. There it is, Tubin. 6:30 in the morning. Probably a great pass. I might try to do that tomorrow morning. We'll see if I can get up that early. Let's see if we've got another one later in the day. It's a little more late shift friendly. Wow, where in the heck? Wait, did I miss it? Okay, there's Tubin. Do we have another pass that's going to be decent here? I don't think I've got... Let me check my settings. I'm always monkeying around with stuff, so... I'm on auto location, so that's good. The only thing I was thinking is if I was restricting the view. Oh no, I mean I got a 4-degree view there, so we're okay. All right, so we just need to find. I wonder what type of orbit this has. Is this like a polar orbit that we have so few opportunities here? Boy, here we go. That's 8. That's another 6. I mean, that's another early bird. And that's on Sunday. One pass. Can you believe that? One pass tomorrow. That's kind of crazy. All right. I'm going to put it in my calendar. And maybe I'll work it, maybe I won't. I can't believe though that there's just not another opportunity there. I'm going to take one more quick scan. I mean, that's a good pass. That's the one thing you can say for it. It's an early bugger, but it's a good pass. Right? So you got a nice high altitude I ought to be able to set up the I'll set up the arrow antenna, and I'll just point it along that path. So it's coming south to north. Yeah. I'll see if I can set that up in the morning. Okay. That'll be fun. All right. Let's see here. What I miss? Yeah, I agree, Andy. Try to get her in the log, right? Try to capture it. Let's see. All right. So that's what's going on there. So I'm curious, do we have anybody else out in the chat who's running MeshCore these days? Right? Because I was, I just could not, I was dumbfounded that I was, well, I'm curious here. Let's see. How far away is, what that distance is, the end all beat all. How far is Cerritos from the airport? 25 miles. I don't see any reason at all that with the concentration of Meshtastic nodes that were in the Los Angeles area, that I shouldn't expect to be able to make a contact with somebody 25 miles away, right? Is that what we're saying? 25 miles away? 25 miles away. I mean, if you can't depend on that, what good is Meshtastic, right? And I'm talking about a stationary or permanent type installation. I mean, I still really think Meshtastic is a great ad hoc network solution for things like, festivals, kind of concentrated use. But right, the more and more I see how poorly it performs in a kind of stationary infrastructure type of scenario, I just don't think that's the right application for it, right? And until they get something squared away, until they change some of the routing protocols in that. Yeah, so I mean, I've been running, I have a T1000E that I've got MeshCore on. And, the app isn't quite as refined as Meshtastic, right? You can see the Meshtastic advantage there. Hey, Dave. Thanks for stopping in. So the app isn't quite as polished. It hasn't been around nearly as long either. But I mean, it's not difficult at all. But I'm going to put one of my solar nodes here at the house. I'm going to switch it over to MeshCore, and I've got to start talking to some of the other folks in my area. I mean, we've got everybody that's kind of, the good news is we've got great density. You think it's good news, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's hurting us. We've got great density from a Meshtastic perspective in my area. So what I think would be interesting to see is if we could get about, at least 30% of those stationary nodes turned over to MeshCore and do some evaluations, right? If you've got this set up as stationary infrastructure, the home run is being able to consistently, reliably communicate with people that you want or need to communicate with. And it just seems like, depending on your density, Meshtastic likely isn't the right solution for that. Yeah, I agree, Dave. I mean, from everything I've seen is, first of all, I think there's only 2 roles, right? There's a more limited number of roles. You don't have all the role options like you have in Meshtastic, but the roles are also more defined. They're more rigid. Yeah, that's what I'd like to do, Dave. I'd like to get about 30% of the tower mounted Meshtastic nodes that we've got in the county here. I mean, we've got dozens of them. I mean, I know you guys have a great footprint down your way as well, but we've got more than we need from a Meshtastic standpoint. I'd like to turn a certain amount of those over to MeshCore and see what kind of different experience we have. right? Because I mean, I was so bummed. I was so disappointed that I couldn't get to Josh. I mean, like I said, I finally got to him, and I probably sent a dozen messages. And like I said, I was trying all kinds of things. One of those things was, you know, maxing out my hops. And he was doing the same thing, right? He tried the same thing. We tried adjusting away from like the 3 hop kind of recommendation up to the 7 hop. And that's how I finally got through to him. I got one message out of maybe a dozen to him, and I never received his. F1 has started to use it. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, and that's, I mean, again, I think, you know, I think in an ad hoc network situation, I think at our ham fests, it's a blast. It's fun. But you know, we're coming in with a curated configuration that is designed to only interact in that group. Now, I forgot to mention this before. One of the other things I did while I was in Vegas, is I set up my own MQTT server. So I stood up my own Mosquito server in the cloud, and then I configured my node to I configured my node with a user on that Mosquito server to be able to essentially act as a relay. Anything that came in on long fast to my radio, I was pushing out to MQTT on my server, and then I had shared the configuration settings. I don't know if anybody even did it, but I put them out there. I said, hey, if you want to see what the mesh is like in Las Vegas, configure your node to these MQTT settings, right? So it wasn't the same MQTT experience that folks have had using the public Meshtastic MQTT server, right? This was purpose built for what I wanted to do while I was in Vegas, and I'll probably do the same thing when we start going to the ham fests, just to play with it, just to try it out. But what it does is, you know, anything that comes into my node, on that long fast or on channel 0, that's how I set it up. I could have set it up with other channels, but I set it up on channel 0. Anything that came into my radio, I pushed out to my MQTT server, and then I provided a username and credentials for anybody who wanted to listen to that traffic. Now that was a receive only user. They were not able to send through my server, but if they wanted to see the chatter, they would be able to do that. And so that was kind of cool. And then the other piece I started to do was taking those messages and logging them so I could then push them out to like a web page too. So if somebody wanted to, you know, see all the chatter at a ham fest, and maybe they don't have a Meshtastic device yet, they could point their browser at a URL and they could see all of the chatter that was going on a particular channel or channels, depending on how you set it up. So that was kind of a fun little exercise. That was kind of a fun little project to do while I was there in the evenings at Vegas. It was a fun learning experience to figure out how to set up that server, configure it to to receive messages from a specific channel and make that available to somebody else. So that was kind of fun. Yep, I agree, Dave. That's like the use case. I think that is the sweet spot for Meshtastic. Oh, nice. So you went to the fair. Sherwood, is that the one that's up? Is that one up closer to me, or because I know Frank was going? Frank was going to. I thought it was Sherwood Fair. He said. I'm not sure where that's at. But, I'm going to start evangelizing right now. I mean, I think anybody that's been in Meshtastic for a while, they've got a bunch of nodes, right? They've got some nodes. So, hey, just take one and put MeshCore on it. Oh, Frank went. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, I knew Frank was going. I know Frank and his girlfriend were going. So, but yeah, if you've got an extra node laying around, and if you've got one, I know you have two, put MeshCore on it and bring both of them with you next time to the HamFest. And let's try to compare and contrast. That's another reason why I wanted to, I'd thought about that this past year at Hamvention, is I would like to have been able to archive all of the messages that I received and compare those with somebody else, right? Just to see, because, unless you are putting some effort into it, you don't really know if you're missing messages or not. And so I want to try to put a little structure around that, right? We get great participation at the HamFests now with mesh networking. So I'd like to put a little structure around adding MeshCore to the program and start to, try to go beyond hearsay and see if we can't be a little more empirical in our evaluation. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing exactly the same, Dave. I don't know if you were on when I was first starting to talk about this, but I've got a T1000 that I've got MeshCore on. And I've had that on there since May. I mean, I don't think I've run into 10 nodes in almost 8-9 months. Yeah. I mean, Chris, I know you've got spare radios, right? Put MeshCore on one. Yeah, good, Dave. I'm going to do the same, and I'm going to take one of my solar nodes too. I think I'll bring one of my solar nodes and set that up as a repeater or whatever they call it. Just like you said, I'm not as familiar with some of the finer details, but we'll set that up as well. Oh, wow. Yeah, so you got the ham alert on FT8. I mean, I was on FT8 for like a minute. I did get South Africa while I was on there, though. That was pretty cool. But just to give you an idea of what in the heck we were doing. Let me see here. Let me try to get this so I can see what's going on. Yeah, that's moving. So we had set up WSJT. We had set up WSJTX to try to work some Meteor scatter with MSK 144. So we went through the configuration. HamSCI is doing a QSO party this weekend, so we were trying to take advantage of that, but we weren't hearing any signals. I had heard some earlier in the evening, and according to HamSCI, the best time to work Meteor scatter is at dawn and at dusk. So we're kind of in the not so great window for it, but we're set up so we can maybe try it in the morning. But I wanted to validate my setup, so I skipped over to FT8 just quickly and worked this South African station. So I knew the radio worked and everything else was working, but we still didn't get any MSK. So that was that. All right, let's see here. I lost my chat. There you are. Oh, all right, let's see. Oh, you got an Airbnb for Hamvention. That's good, Chris. We've done that a few times, right? Before we started, before I was able to start joining Jason in the camper, I did an Airbnb with a bunch of the other ham tubers, and that was a lot of fun. That was a blast. Oh, nice, Dave. You're bringing the camper this time. Nice. Where are you going to be camping at, Dave? Were you able to somehow get one in on the or are you talking Hamcation maybe? Maybe you're talking Hamcation. I'm not sure. Getting into the grounds for Hamcation is, I think, fairly easy. There we go. Okay, cool. Got it. Getting in a camper spot at Dayton is tough, right? Not to be morbid, but you almost have to wait for somebody to die. Those spots just don't come up very often. Once people got them, they know what they got. All right, so let's see. We talked about that. Talked about that satellite. I'm curious here. Here we go. Curious here. This is PSK Reporter. I'm going to just take a quick peek. Here's 10 meters, MSK 144 in the last 15 minutes. Didn't look like it changed. I don't believe it. Let's see. There's 60 active monitors. I didn't see any change. Let's go over to 6 meters and see how that looks. See, that'll force a change. See, I think these have got to be older than 15 minutes. I mean, here's some more North Texas ones. I mean, these are probably EM13. Sure is. Both of them are EM13. I'm not seeing anything. Like I said, of course, I mean, isn't this just the way it goes? I mean, look at this band. There's just not anything in it, right? There's just nothing. Except for the place I want to listen, and there's some hash. Oh, let's see what's going on down here. What's this? That's just a solid tone. A little something there. I don't know what that is. There's a little bit more of a hash, but oh, there's something. But I want to hear something at 5260, and that's where there's some garbage. I'm just keeping it on there, so if something happens to pop up. Something happens to pop up, then we will catch it. But I'm curious about that much 6 meter activity in the last 15 minutes. Let's say in the last 30 minutes, does it change? Didn't change. In the last 2 hours, did it change? Yeah, I'm curious. Let's see here. That's in the last 2 hours. Here's the last 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. All right, let's see. Yeah, it did take him a long time to get it. Yeah. All right, we still have some folks out there. It's good to see. We got about 28 folks. Welcome to everybody who's here and maybe not chatting. Feel free to jump in there. It's a pretty laid back crew. Let me see if I've got anything else of interest to share. See if I have any news here I hadn't looked at before. Change the call sign. I mean, it's open, right? That is anyone. Or are you saying actually use the word anyone? I always just left that open and assumed that was any and every call sign. Good for you, John. That is awesome. Ronnie, I don't have a Discord for this group. Let me, I mean, I've kind of shied away from doing a Discord just because we have so many Discords out there. Is that something you guys are interested in? Would you want yet another Discord? I mean, if people want it, I'm happy to stand it up. But oh, I see what you're saying there. Anyone there? I just have not stood one up because, you know, there's so many Discords already. Tim says yes. We got one Tim. We got one from Tim. Ronnie, I'm assuming you're a yes. Maybe I should do it. All right, let me yeah, no, that's okay. Thanks for asking the question. Here's a question for you guys. So maybe some of you guys heard me talking about standing up that MQTT server and configuring the Meshtastic device to utilize my personal MQTT while I was in Vegas, and then being able to push that out to share. Everybody does Discord. Would this group be interested in a private MQTT server? Right? So you could connect to it with your Meshtastic device. You could connect to it with any MQTT client, and that would be, you know, just something a little different. We could, you know, now you're limited, obviously, right? We could text one another. We could text and have rooms similar to Discord, but you lose the ability to share files, right? That's the one thing. But, you know, that would certainly be something unique and something different. Andy, is that a yes for Discord? Hey, John, thanks for hanging out. You made it to, almost made it to midnight here in my land. I know it's almost 1 o'clock for you, so thanks for hanging out. Good to see you. We'll see you next time. And hey, I guess we could do both, right? But it might be kind of cool. It might be kind of fun to, and you know, it's, you could still use your Meshtastic radio for other things, but it might be kind of fun just to set up a chat capability for the channel, leveraging MQTT as just something different. Maybe I'll set that up. Won't take anything for me to resurrect what I did in Vegas here and stand that up, and I'll send the detail out. Let's see here. So I'll send it out to, I'll send it out as a public post on Buy Me a Coffee, so I can put the instructions and the detail there, but I'll announce it through YouTube when it's ready. Yeah, we'll do the MQTT and we'll see. Yeah, that's what I think, Dave. Right? Do something a little different. Do something different than what everybody else is doing. Plus, I mean, you will, Dave. I'm sure you hear this all the time as well. Hey, I've got this. I've got this Meshtastic radio and I can't talk to anybody. There's nobody around here that has Meshtastic. So, this would give those folks that are in a mesh free zone, right? In a mesh desert. Yeah, we'll call it a mesh desert. We'll give them a reason or give them a way to use their Meshtastic radios. Yeah, I know you would hear that, so I hear it too. So that'll be fun. I think that'll be fun. Hey, and if it sucks, it sucks. And we'll set up Discord if that's what folks want. Oh yeah, I know that. I know Jason would give me a channel, or um, I wasn't sure what the interest level is. I'm excited that there's interest. But yeah, let's do the MQTT thing. That'll be something different. Nobody else is doing that. Right? It's another thing we can experiment with. So those kind of goofy things get me excited. Those are things I like to do. Cool. And with it, yeah. Well, and so here's the other thing, right? Whenever you manage the MQTT server yourself, you can set up different roles that have different that have different what's the term they use? I mean, it's essentially permissions, but they use a different term. So oh, the Morse monkey. Nice. No, that's okay, Tim. Oh, Ronnie, so you're West Coast Florida, West Central Florida. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's there's certainly areas of the country that are very well established. Um, but there are many that are what we'll call that mesh desert. Ah, see that, Ronnie? So this will be a blast. Now, MQTT essentially, well, I hate to generalize, but I will. It sucks if you use a regular public MQTT server, right? So what we're going to be doing is a little bit different. This is a private MQTT server. You'll have to have credentials. Winter Haven, gotcha. You'll have to have credentials to get connected to it. I mean, I don't care who connects to it though, as long as they're not being a dum-dum and we're not going to let some bad apples spoil the fun, but that's all controllable whenever you manage the MQTT server. It's not too unlike what you need to do with Discord as well. Yeah, for sure. You nailed it, Dave. Yeah, hey, I'm excited. That'll be a blast. That'll be something fun to try out. Yeah, so keep your eyes out. Like I said, I'll make it a public buy me a coffee um, instruction, right? So that I can put some detail and pictures and that type of thing there. But I'll announce it um, as a YouTube post. So that's where you'll see the alert, and then just we'll link it over to buy me a coffee um, for the instructions on how to set it up. Dave, that's funny. Dave's talking in parables. Yeah, that's I used to do some of that myself, Ronnie. What I'm thinking about doing is, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up um, I'll set up a receive only um, capability, right? So we'll make sure that that works. People can configure their radios, make sure that they can receive uh, receive information, and once you're set up where you can receive information, then I will send out instructions via MQTT how to configure a send and receive account. So you'll have to kind of be connected um, to get the rest of the details. Like I said, we'll see how it goes. Um, I heard something about that BBS, Dave, but what I wasn't clear on. Okay, so yeah, I understand that it has to be an ESP based board. That makes sense. Um, but it also has to be something where you can have some storage, right? So either it's got to be a node that is already set up to use an SS or an SD card, or um, some other type of storage. Otherwise you'd be extremely limited, I would think. MeshForge. Okay. I'll check that one out. I'll uh I'll tinker around with it if um I might have a chance. Actually, I think I will have a chance to do some of that tomorrow. I'll tinker around with it. I'll let you know when I hit the wall, Dave. We can compare notes, see if we can get it going. Oh, okay. On a Heltec V3. Cool. I wonder if it'll work on my V4 I've got sitting here. I've been thinking about what I want to do with that V4. Connects it to a Pi. Oh, okay. All failed. Interesting. Yeah, that sounds like a fun project then. What does it use for storage? Well, let's look. Let's see what we can learn about it. MeshForge. MeshForge. Custom firmware with third-party plugins. BBSs, custom hardware, games, and more. An ecosystem growing to hundreds. Hundreds. Okay. New downloads, new tool chains, everything runs in your browser. Okay. What's going on here? Is this it? Is this the right thing? Or the BBS on the Pi? That must be this guy. Low BBS. for Meshtastic right on the firmware. Full bulletin board system that runs entirely inside the firmware. Interesting. Okay. So what do you have to do? Is this locked? Do you have to pay for it? Do you have to sign up? Maybe you have to sign in. Micro database for Meshtastic. Synchronous protobuf based database for Meshtastic, huh? Whenever I was setting up that MQTT server, I had to mess around with protobuf to be able to decrypt the messages coming via MQTT. To store them in, to store the messages, right? So I could push them to a web server. Pick your device. What the heck did I just do? All right, let me reload this page. What the heck did I do? Okay, so this is the Meshtastic firmware, I'm guessing. So you got to be tied to a specific version of Meshtastic. 2716. A597230. Supposed to just work. Famous last words, right? Core modules. Using default modules for this target. Core modules are officially maintained. So you don't have to include any of these, I guess. Gotcha. So Heltec V4. Do I have that sitting around here? I'm going to go ahead and flash the sucker. If I can find it. What'd I do with it? Hold, please. All right. Heltec V4. It's pretty bad. I was missing the sound of static in my ears. So does this also include, this gives you everything? This is Meshtastic and everything? All right, so Heltec V4. That's the firmware version I want. core modules. Do I want others? What are these? Oh, those exclude them. Okay, so yeah, just give me everything. Give me the works. So we'll take all the core modules. Third-party add-ins. I don't think we want any third-party add-ins. Okay. So I got that, I got that, I got that. So this is locked. Do I need to worry about that? I guess both of these things come with it. I'm guessing. So I'm going to turn on diagnostics. We might want it. Okay. Plug this sucker in. All right, and then let's LoRa mode 0. Let's flash it. I got your message there, Dave. Okay, let's see here. Installing Wrangler. Where's it installing this stuff? It doesn't appear to be doing anything yet. Plugins. You guys can see all this happening? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the Discord message come in. I'm just going to see how this rolls along. So I've got it plugged in to the PC. Installing Wranglers one leg at a time. That's pretty funny, Sean. That's pretty funny stuff. Download the source local build script. I'm afraid to open that right now. This is as far as I've got. It crashes here. Oh, okay. How long does it run before it crashes? Let's see. I've got Wi-Fi scan, LoRa error. That's what I'm getting. Wi-Fi XX time 121. I don't know what that time is. Wi-Fi scan. LoRa error. See if we can watch what it's doing. So let's see, get clone. Checks out the Meshtastic version that I selected. Platformio. plugin manager, npm or npm init, npm install, export. Let's see. Does the I think I don't think you have to do that with the Heltec. Do you? All right, what's this doing? Export. Yeah, I didn't put it in DFU mode, certainly. What is that? A couple of button pushes, I think. Isn't that what it is on these? I just unplugged it here. Or is it holding one of the buttons in? I can't remember what the... I just restarted it here. Let me see here. Yeah, see, just hold in the button, right? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's what I did. And it's just sitting here in LoRa mode, whatever LoRa mode is. Let me try again. So I've got the button held in, plugged in. It gives me a little beep. Take my finger off of it. I should see it in... You see if it's popping up in my devices. I got nothing whenever I did that. Let's try it again. Are you talking to me, Dave? Mine didn't do anything. Oh, do I have to download the firmware now? Okay. All right, so I've got the firmware now. And now I need green check mark. What are you looking at? It's done. Oh, what you're looking at up here, this green check mark. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, so I downloaded the firmware. And now, do I need ESP tools? I don't know that I have them on this machine. Okay, so I've got the firmware. So, I mean, once you get it in DFU mode here, I'm going to unplug it again. I'm stubborn. I'm not ready to go to the video yet. Let's see. I'm going to hold in this button. I'm going to plug it in. I mean, if it's like any other, right, you should just get it into DFU mode. And then you ought to be able to just drop the firmware on the drive. Okay, that might be the wrong button. Let me plug in, hold in the other button. Let it come up and let me see if it gets added as a device. Let's see. So this thing says it's in the LoRa mode. I don't think that's what I'm after. It's not showing up here in my device manager. All right, I think I'm holding in the wrong one. All right, so we're going to hold in this other button. Let's plug it in. And I think the screen should stay black. Okay, it's black, so that's good. All right, so then, but it's not showing up as a device here. Curious. Double click the reset button. Double click the reset button, huh? Drag and drop flashing. If that fails, try holding the boot button or the top user button while plugging it in. All right, so I hit the RST button, double click the RST button. And all it did was reboot it. Let me try to double click it again. It's resetting it. So that doesn't seem to do it. Yeah, I mean, getting it to show as a drive is kind of it's what I was hoping I'd be able to do. What does that do? Here, I guess I do have this camera set up tonight. so you guys can see what I'm doing. That's not the one I want. Okay, so if I hold in the program button, PRG, I guess that is, hold that button in, plug it in, get a little quick flash, and nothing comes up. That's what I thought. He's using a Mac, so nothing looks right. Don't make me power on the Mac tonight. Come on, daggone it. All right, let me see. What are we missing? Let's go here so you guys can see it better. All right, so this is the Heltec V4, and we want to flash DFU. Let's see. Oh, this is for a different one. Well, let's see if it gives us the same. Okay, so the reset key says push it twice in quick succession, huh? Okay. So I'm going to push it twice in quick succession, and I bet it just reboots. It looks like it's just rebooting. Trying another quick double tap. All right, let's try. That's the NR. Yeah, let's go to ESP series. Why don't they just list the V4? You guys can't see what I'm looking at. All right, let's see what the quick start guide says. Don't want all that nonsense. I just want to put it into. Let's see. How do we get you into DFU mode? Press and hold the user button while connecting the device. If the device is already connected, keep the user button pressed. Press the RST button and then release the button. All right, so if it's booted, which it's booted, hold the user button. I guess that's the program button. keep it pressed and then press the RST button. Okay. Nothing seems to have shown up here, though. Still don't see it as a drive. Power off the device. Press and hold the program button. So what, we got to press both of these? They didn't say when to put power to it. So power off the device, press and hold the program button. All right, what do you need? Like three hands to do this? Well, that didn't work either. At least I don't think it worked. So what I did is I held in program and reset, plugged it in, let the program up, or I'm sorry, let the reset up, let the program up. Nothing on the screen. Maybe this, well, let's try something else. Okay, so I don't want to use the Meshtastic one. You can use Platform IO. You can use the Arduino IDE. What do I have code installed on? Okay, so you have to load the Platform IO extension. Okay, we can certainly do that. Let's see if I lost everybody in chat here. Where did my chat go? There it is. Let's see. Set your Heltec into DFU. The most common method is double-click the reset button, which makes it appear as a USB drive. Yeah, we tried that. Drag and drop flashing. Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. Watching the video again, he's using a Mac. Have not tried the ISS docking simulator. Is that a Silicon Labs USB from PineCell? Yes, it is. That's exactly what that is. One of those silicone USB cables. Just fired up my V4. Just hold down both buttons. That got mine there. Oh, okay. Did you get something on the screen? I mean, I tried that. Just hold down both buttons. Yes, that can be used for data. All right, so that didn't seem to do it for me. Oh, nothing on screen. Yeah, okay. So I had, but it doesn't show up as a, it doesn't show up as a drive. Yeah, I've been able to get it to this point, right, where it's on. Nothing's on the screen. I thought it would show up as a drive if it was in DFU mode. It doesn't. Okay. Okay. So let me, I don't mind putting VS Code on this box. I've got it on my laptop, on my Linux machine, but I don't mind putting it on this. All right, it's downloading. Let me see if it shows up in Device Manager. Yeah. I see that USB JTAG serial debug unit. So that showed up. Okay. Let me go ahead and get this installed. Okay. It's going through the install, zipping right along. Okay, so while that's doing that, okay. Let me switch over to a different view so you guys can see what's going on. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, let's find the platform IO. This looks like it. We're going to install this. So this is the plugin. I think we'll get it with this, Sean. If we don't, I'll fire up the Mac. Okay, release notes. Okay. Still installing. This thing must be a hoss. All right, do not close this window. Do not open other folders. We're going to do it through this IDE. We're going to try it through this IDE. There it goes. All right, so that's good. Let's see. Let me move that out of the way for a second. Let's go back to this. Install Visual Studio Code and the extension. Open your project and select the appropriate board. Open your project. Do we need to open a project? Let's see. Where do we get to a board? Let's see. You need to specify the platform IO IDE. You need to specify the board in the platform any file by setting the board option to the appropriate board name. Open that, launch Visual Studio. We got that installed. Okay, create a new project. All right, so let's create a new project. I guess we can start with that. What's it want? Want to know where to put something? Okay. Oh, maybe that's not what I needed to do. That's okay. Let's see. We might need that anyhow. That's probably what we need. Let's close that. Let's come over here. I see what we got here now. So, projects. Create a new project. What is this doggone thing called? Mesh. MeshForge. Select the board. All right, V3. Better have a V4 in here. We'll try the V3 if it doesn't. Wi-Fi kit, Wi-Fi LoRa 32. I think this is the one we want. Or it's the one we're going to try. Framework Arduino, that's probably fine. Let's see. Choose the framework, Arduino. Click Finish. What other options? ESP-IDF. You can use the Arduino. Well, let me see something here. Let me go back to this for a second. Where's it at? This one. I'm gonna try to leave it at that. Let's see. Choose your board, select the board, configure the framework. Let's see, can I ask a question? Oh, come on. What kind of crap did I get into? Guess I hadn't used the ducky before. Looks like either will probably work. Okay, so we're going to leave it there. I get back to where I was. Click Finish. No, this doesn't look like, this isn't, I want to upload firmware, not code. Let's see. We'll let that keep chugging for a bit. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay. This is a hassle, isn't it? Okay. Let's see. Please wait. Still waiting. All right. So once that's done, we'll open up this platform IO ini. Make sure it looks right. Probably shouldn't even need to do that. Upload the firmware. So use the command line interface or the terminal. Navigate to your project directory. PIO run target upload. Okay, let me see what the let's see. So the firmware is in a tar format like we see in Meshtastic. Okay. If you're using the graphical interface, look for an upload option or a drop-down menu. We're still waiting. This is still going. Let's see what Dave's saying here. Just put that firmware into the Meshtastic flasher. No go. MeshForge. Okay. You're going way further than I did. You and your rabbits. Smoke break. All right. We're still cranking here. Do we have anybody out here actually paying attention or watching? Let's see. Is there anybody out there? Yeah, we got a few people out there. 17. I'm going to keep going here because now I got to figure this daggone thing out. I want to see it. This thing is still taking its sweet time. Makes me wonder what the heck it's downloading. Board framework, upload protocol. I'm going to see. I'm going to try to do it through the tools. If I can find tools. All right, let's see. What are these guys? Devices. Terminal. Console output problems. Devices. Afraid to move off of this. Let me see what COM port I'm in. I may need that. All right, let's see. I got so many freaking things plugged into this. Let's just say it's in. Whoop, something happened. Yeah, you can go ahead. Something happened. Okay, so there's my project. Now let's see if we can find. Let me go back here. Look for an upload option or a drop-down menu. Projects, platforms, devices. So these are all my serial devices. So I'm guessing it could be this COM22. Let me. Okay, I don't want to do that. Boards. Just do another quick search. Make sure I didn't see. It's not showing that. What did it call that again? Heltec Wi-Fi LoRa. So it's this. Okay, so debug, IoT enabled, get now. What does that get now mean? That is interesting. It took me to the Heltec webpage to buy it in another browser. Okay. IoT enabled. Do I have something here that'll let me upload? I don't see anything. Okay, let's see. Do I have something here? I don't see anything here. No. Okay. Let's see. Well, let's see. Hey, Ronnie. Thanks for joining the Sprite Blitters. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. We'll see you, Andy. Thanks for hanging out. I may have missed you already. That's all right, Dave. Have a good one. We'll catch you next time. All right, let's see here. So I'm just trying to see if there is an opportunity here to upload. Let's see. I don't see anything there. Serial monitor. Let's see anything there. This is where I would maybe expect to see it based on what we saw in the Ducky response. Let's see. Libraries. Yeah, I appreciate it, Ronnie. Thanks for the support. All right, let's see. Debug, certified, blah, blah. All right, let's see. Let's see, they've got a little AI built into, this is probably using Copilot. Let's see. Let's see if it knows. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. Let's see down here. Ooh. What's that doing? What in the devil is that doing? Is that doing something here? I have no idea what in the heck it just tried to do. Didn't do anything to the board. What did it do? I don't know what it just did. Let me see if it uploaded anything to this board. Oh, I want to see something first. Devices, did 22 or 8, those didn't go away. Let's see if I get something new. What's it uploading? I don't know. Let's see. All right, so what's this doing? Tool manager. Where's this installing though? It's had to be local. I think it did do something here. Because I'm not getting the same. Let me show you guys what I'm not getting. Oh, I guess I can't. I'm using this cable, and I think that the camera died. So I am, when I plug this guy in now, I get nada nothing on the screen. So I think it did try to upload something. So now, how do I tell it what I want to upload? Platform IO upload, platform build. How can I? All right, I'm going to try to. What am I going to call this? I'm going to call this firmware. And let me try something here. Here's this. Can I drop this in there? There it is. So it doesn't like that. Open an integrated terminal. Can you open that? All right, let me get back to. So I've got that file. What happens if I try to upload that? Does that do what I think it's doing? No, I don't think it is. I was hoping I could select that file and tell it to upload, but that's not how that worked. So let's try the command line that they let's see. I'm curious, what's it going to try to do? Now, let me try something. Let me look real quick. If I So what kind of file are these? These are binary files, yeah. So it can't deal with those anyhow. All right, that does not seem to align with what we've seen here. Open the file, add your lines. We've got our lines. Now what I don't have is the upload port. Do I? I've got platform. Let's see. All right, let's try just what the heck. That's not the one I want. Let's bring this guy up here. And I'm trying to skinny this up a little bit. That's okay. Let's just... So we've got our environment, our board. We've got our board. Our upload protocol. What's our upload protocol? Replace protocol with the upload method. We're going to call that ESP tool. Well, we're saying framework. All right, let's make some changes and we'll see what happens. It doesn't want platform. So we're going to comment those out. We've got board already. So I'm just going to grab these. I'm going to put them in here and upload protocol. We're going to go with ESP tool. Upload ports. Now, what form does it want that? What form does it want that in? Does it have an example? It does. Okay, so here's an example of what it might look like. So they kept the framework in there. So we'll leave that in there. And did they leave the platform? They did. Okay. So we can leave that in there as well. And then for the ports, I've got to figure out what ports. Now here's what's just a little confusing, right? So if we go to, where was that at? Here? It was here. And here's our port list. Let me pull this back down. All right, we know it's not the flex control knob. We know it's not anything to do with flex, so it's none of these. What is this? Intel Act, it wouldn't be that. More flex, more flex. So it's got to be either this COM22 or COM8. but let me see. Device manager. All right, let's see. All right, so it's going to be the COM22. So I just pulled the plug to see which one of those disappeared. I plug it back in and I get COM22. But that the example here, I'm going to close that. I don't want that. The example showed a Linux TTY style. And so what happens if I just put COM? Let me see, what did COM22. Let me copy that. We're going to say COM22. Okay. Upload flags. File, firmware bin. Okay, so I've got, you guys probably can't see this. I've got, so when I open up that tar file, I've got bootloader bin, firmware factory bin, and firmware elf. Firmware elf is the largest file, 22 kilobits. So I'm going to load. I'm going to add this. I wonder if it'll take the whole tar. I wonder if it will. I mean, this is a massive file name. Okay, so let's see here. What's with the dash dash? I guess they want that there. File. Will it take that whole tarball? I want to get this back. All right, now this is funky. How do I drop this sucker back in here? Just in case this goes away. Gonna close that. Okay, good. All right. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna go into gonna take this command. All right, let's see. I can't see what that says. So I can't recognize that. That's interesting. Well, what happens if I tell it to do an upload? Let me see if anything's happening on the board. Nothing's happening on the board. Oh, something failed. Uploading. So where's it get this from? Framework, Arduino. Okay, it looks like it. Firmware ELF, right? That's okay. So it's trying to do what I've asked it to do. Let's look at this some more. Okay, so unpacking. Framework. Can you sum up what you're flashing onto that device? Can you sum up what you're flashing? Yeah, so what I'm trying to flash to the device, for those that might be joining, is something called MeshForge. And this is a Meshtastic BBS that runs completely within the Meshtastic firmware. And so I went through this process on the MeshForge site to generate the firmware, and then I downloaded the firmware, and now I'm trying to figure out how to get it uploaded to the device. And I'm just trying to make sure it's even doing what I think it's doing. Build Heltec 32v3 framework. I asked it to use the Arduino framework, so that, yeah, you bet. So that looks right. And that might not be the right framework. I don't know. We can try using a different framework if we need to here. And then linking firmware ELF. And that's a little encouraging because that's the name of the file that's in my tar. ESP toolpy, creating ESP32 image, merge. Okay, using manually specified, uploading firmware bin. So it didn't like that. So here's what I'm going to try. You know, it seemed to, I'm going to comment out the port. I'm not going to manually tell it what port to use. Let's see if it can figure it out. I don't like the look of all that red. Okay, let's see what happened here. Auto detected COM22. Okay, so uploading. File Meshtastic. Tar. So it's trying to load my file, but it doesn't like it. Okay, so maybe it can't handle the tarball. So, doesn't seem like this is the issue, but it does not like the file name. So, I've got, do I just try the largest file, that ELF file? Why is it giving me a tar? All right, let's Google a bit. Let's try to learn something here. And let's go to Google. All right, so let's see. I'm trying to upload a Meshtastic firmware through Platform IO. What format must the firmware be in? Got to be a binary file, okay. Builds the binary. You select, I don't want it to build the binary though. It's already, okay, so let's dive deeper. If I have a fully compiled firmware, how can I upload it to a Heltec V4 ESP32 Wi-Fi LoRa board? Let's just see what it says about that. All right, what if, let's see. If the firmware is a tar file with multiple bin files. Oh, that sucks. You got to flash them into specific memory addresses. All right, let's see. Extract the files. Okay. Identify the flash addresses. The most important part is knowing which bin file goes to which memory offset. Consult the documentation that came with the firmware, or look for the output when Platform IO built firmware. It's not the case. So, does this, I guess I could. All right, we're going to try something different. Because that looked hellish. And I didn't see anywhere that defined what memory locations we needed. Let's see. Okay. All right, so let me try. All right, let me try something else. So I downloaded the source instead of, right, I downloaded the source instead of downloading the binary or the tar full of binaries before. So maybe I need to get you guys a different view. I thought I was on a different view. So maybe let's see here. So if I point everything at the source, maybe let Platform IO build the source or work from source. Maybe that gets me where I need to be. All right, so do you want to save the changes? Yeah, I'm going to save those because I might want to come back to that. All right, so I want to close that though. And where did I tell this before? I want to create I want to, maybe I want to import a project. We're flying by the seat of our pants here, folks. Let's see. Gonna pick that same board. I don't know that I want it to be an Arduino project. That's if I open a project. Where did I put that? Let's see. Let me extract this. And let's see, we're going to call this I'm just setting up a folder here that I can copy stuff into. Why won't it? Let's see. Error. That was a little interesting. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so the heck? That's not the one I wanted. Where did that come from? Oh, that's why. All right. So I don't want that. All right, I'm wondering if it can build this thing now. I'll be surprised if it can build it this easily, but let's see. Mm-mm. Did it push anything here? What's the error? Invalid choice. Oh, it's still trying to do that tar. I don't want it to do that tar. Why did it try to do that tar? Is it because it needs this platform IO file? I think it could be. This other project does not have a platform IO file. Okay. I'm going to copy this file. I'm going to paste it to this project. It's in a different project now. I don't know if it's picky about the name. File or folder at this location. Let's see. Do I need to close this one? I really want to close this. Let's see. I would think I ought to be able to close this. Maybe if I open this one. All right, so we're going to open that in the integrated folder. Where is... Let me... Okay. So that is in my folder. Okay, so it did put a copy of it. So how is it still... I want to get rid of... I want to get rid of this. Because I want it to do its own thing. Curious. Still got that tar file in there, so it's still hanging on to that for somehow. Kill the terminal. Maybe I gotta kill the terminals. Let's see if that was it. Nope. Still hanging on to that file name. So how the heck do I get rid of that? I would think I could close this workspace. Let's see. You think you found the memory locations, huh? Hey, Ronnie, thanks so much. I probably missed you, but appreciate it, buddy. I think I found your memory locations, apartitions.bin. You think that has the locations in it, maybe? Let me see. That's a binary file, though. I don't know that I can open it. Try to. Yeah, it's actually truly a binary file. Not just a fake binary file. So that may be the case, but I don't know how to read that. Okay, so let me go back here. Let's see. Did you see the next message, then docs? I'm not sure where you're at, Sean. So there's nothing there. There's nothing further there. Up here, maybe? This doesn't quite make... Okay, flashing. Step-by-step instructions. Let's see. Build your firmware. We build it. Download the file. Did it. Extract the firmware files. Okay, got it. Flash using ESP tools. All right, we'll try this. Here's your memory offsets. Sean, you the man. Okay, so let's take this. Let's open that in a new tab. Beauty. Okay. So I've got everything. Oh, let me extract it. Oh, I'm getting excited. This looks good. All right, so let me see. Yeah, let me take this here. And let's extract all. Yep, extract it. Do it. Do it. Okay. Okay, connect your device. Okay, so we're going to be here. We're going to say connect. We're going to say COM22. Come on, you beast. Couldn't sync. Try resetting. Connect. Try hard reset. Try resetting, connecting, connected, try hard reset. How do I do a hard reset? I'm wondering if I put this thing in a bad state. I'm just going to try a couple of things here. Yippee skippy. Okay. So I held in the program button while I powered it, and then that allowed this to work. Okay. Let's see. Dave's going to be pissed he went to bed. All right. Select your COM port. Yep, did that. Configure the flash settings using the memory offsets. Okay. Offset file descriptions. Okay. Do they... So here I select the file. Is that what I'm doing? That's what I'm doing. All right. All right. Oh, I think we're on to something here. Okay. So, you know what I need to do? I can't see both of these at the same time. Let me duplicate that tab. I'm going to pull it down here so I can see it. Okay, now let me come back to here. Okay, so I guess I don't need to monkey with those. I'm going to try to not monkey with those. Let me go to my downloads. This is where I put them. And bootloader bin goes there. Okay, on 8,000, we go partitions bin. On 10,000, firmware factory bin. And then on E1000, boot app bin. Son of a gun. So boot app 0 bin is not included. That's the boot application file. If included, some configurations may include additional data partitions. Only flash files that are present in your extracted firmware. All right, let's read this one more time. Offset file description. And sorry, you guys can't see this, but I'm just double checking this. So second stage bootloader binary is in the 1000, and that is bootloader bin. 1000 bootloader bin. Partitions bin is in 8,000. 8,000 partitions bin. Okay, that's your partition table. Then main application factory binary. Firmware factory bin goes in 10,000. Firmware factory bin. And then main application. Oh, that is it. Okay, and then the boot application file goes in E1000. But we don't have one of those. So we're going to skip it. Okay. Program. Did it just bitch at me? What did it say? Is it doing it? Let me see. Nothing happening on the board that I can tell. Auto detected, flash size 16 megabytes. So is it done? Do I need to hit program again? Oh, what's it doing? bitching about me for something else? It sure was. Okay, flashing new firmware will override. Please do. Uploading booter bin. I've got no indication anything's happening on the board, just so you guys are aware, but we do see the flashing streaking across the screen. I'm excited. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. I don't have enough tabs unless I can't read any. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it looks promising. Okay, done. To run the new firmware, reset your device. I'm going to hit the reset button. It's ding-donging. It's dinging. I don't know why it's dinging. Makes me think I need to unplug it. All right, I unplugged it. Okay. Ugh. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's not doing anything. It's just dinging. All right. It does not appear. Let's see. Click on the connect. It didn't take it. Let's see. I'm going to try to connect again. Whoop. Did it ditch my? Sure did. All right. So I'm going to try to connect it again. Yeah, it doesn't sound good for sure. Okay. All right. So that keeps showing paired. See what it's doing here? It's like every time that this kind of spazzes out, it dings. Guess I got to be quick. Connecting. Boy, it doesn't sound good. Ay, ay, ay. All right, come on, man. We're so close. I know we're so doggone close. All right, I'm going to hold in program button, plug it in, try to connect again. All right, whew. Salute. Okay, so that's really interesting. Let me reset this. Not that it's probably going to make any difference, but I'm going to just go through the process one more time. Let me find my list. I stashed it over there. All right, in the 1000. Bring this up here so you guys can see it. Goes the bootloader bin. In the 8000 goes the partitions bin. In the E1000 we don't have. In the 10,000 firmware factory bin. So do we not need, I'm curious. Wait, what are these other ads? They didn't tell us what those are. Like, we're not using the ELF file. And maybe we're not supposed to. It feels like, see, this note here bugs me just a little bit. Some configurations may include additional data partitions like NVS or Wi-Fi calibration data at their defined offsets. Only flash files that are present. So we've got additional files that are present Where'd they go? But we've got additional files that are present, right? So we used partition bin, we used bootloader bin, we used this bin, but we didn't use this firmware bin. Wonder why. I wonder why. Shows it on that same page. Did I miss something? Further up on the screen, and doesn't say to use it later. Oh yeah, extracted, downloaded. You should see the following files. Yep, I see all those. Main application binary. I wonder. Why would we use the factory? We're going to try some. We're going to try something. We're going to kill that. We're going to put the firmware bin there. We're going to try that. What's the worst that can happen, right? Continue, please. Oh, sorry, Sean. I was too clicky happy. We can reflash it. Just hit the reset button. Yeah, and it's sounded like it's doing exactly the same thing. Every few seconds it's dinging. In the extracted firmware files, these guys, yeah. So we had used bootloader, partition, firmware factory, and we weren't using this. Yep. Okay. So we're not using the ELF. That's fine. But what's the difference between these two? Factory application binary and main application binary. It tells us to use the factory, but not the firmware. Here, let me plug this back in, see if anything's different. Nah. Okay, so it's just dinging. Let me hold in the program button, plug it in. Okay, I quit dinging, which is good. Let me reconnect. We're back here. Yeah, so this is the one I called the audible on. All right, if we go here, I mean, it seems weird that we're not using the main application binary. So in 1000, we've got bootloader bootloader bin. In 8,000, we've got partitions bin. In 10,000, factory firmware. And E1000, it tells us to use something that we don't have, a boot application file. I wonder if that's our factory. Let's try it. What the heck, right? We're going to try our firmware bin. Let's do it. Let's go. It's acting like it's... Oh, look at this. It's flashing more stuff. Flashing more. Maybe that's good. Resize 0 blocks. Offset, encrypt, done. Reset your device. All right, so I'm going to unplug it. Plug it in. Fingers crossed. Come on, baby. It's just dinging. Got it. Let me hit the reset button. Just dinging. I'm going to try to do a... All right, let's see. Did I goof something up here? Let me unplug it. Did I goof something up in the creation of the firmware? All right, I want this. I'm going to build it now. Heltec V4. That's what I got. So it's not the TFT version, right? This isn't TFT. Heltec. And these change. Yep. Heltec V4. All right, let me back it off. I'm going to back it up. We're just going to keep the defaults. We're not changing anything here. I included the diagnostics before. I'm not going to include them now. All right, so we're going to let that thing build again. And in the meantime, yeah, so we'll get a new firmware here. I've got the V4. I chose the V4. It's the Wi-Fi LoRa. It feels like we're so close. Oh, it feels so close. I'm really curious to see how this BBS runs in the firmware. That's cool. Build failed. Well, son of a gun. Why'd it fail? Okay. Heltec V4. Didn't like the 2.7. or the 2.6. So I'll go back to the 2.7. Not going to touch that. Not going to touch that. Not going to touch any of that. Build it. So it just, I don't like that. I want to rebuild it. You see what it did there? It said, hey, you built this before. What's this copying? Oh. What just happened? This wasn't an option before, was it? That's curious. What's this do? Is there a tooltip? No. Ugh. All right, let's see. What's going on here? What's this run history giving me? Don't care about that. Plugins, got both of those. What is this? Looks like copy. Flash custom firmware version. See, what is this about? That looks weird. That wasn't there before. All right. MeshForge. I'm closing the tab. Let's open another tab. Yeah, we want to build. Where's it at on this browser? Let me try it on a different browser. I'm going to try something, guys. I'm going to see if I can get this to build on a different browser. MeshForge.org. Yep, build it now. I want a Heltec V4. Give me all the defaults. Flash it. Now, how does it... Okay, I'm going to download it. I'm going to run with it. Let's see here. Stepping away. Yeah, no problem, Sean. Okay, so let me see here. I'm going to take this bad boy. I want to extract all. Time is at 2. So that would be this guy. All right, let me get this extracted. All right, so I got that extracted. Fine. Let me go back to this. Actually, I'm going to try it here. Okay, I'm going to say, give me a connect. Got to plug it in. I'm just trying this in a separate browser to see if I get a different experience. Okay. Let's connect. All right, select. I'm going to be selecting my files. This is from 216. All right, let's see. I'm going to be using this same thing. So the first one's going to be the bootloader. The 8000 is going to be the partitions. Factory and 10,000. All right, I'm just going to go with those and say program it. All right, so let's see. Still have a few folks hanging out there. All right, so let's see what happened here. So all right, run the new firmware, reset your device. Nada. Well, that did exactly the same thing. So that's bizarre. And that was the ESP32. Boy, I don't know. I think we did what it was expecting. So we're going to build and download the firmware. Did that. We did that. We extracted it. We got these files. We didn't use this. Now factory, this main application binary, that one still bugs me. Open that. Let's see, connect there. Because it doesn't talk about firmware.bin. Just doesn't talk about it. Disconnect and reconnect. That's what I did. Man, I don't get it. It's still doing this funky thing. Wait a second. No. I mean, it's still doing this thing, right? Where you can see it's... See how the Every time it dings, the COM port is funky. Maybe I need to erase it first. We'll do an erase and then program. Whoa, what did I just do? Or is that what happens when it finishes? Connect. Connect. What'd I do? Let's see. Not what I'm looking for. If I close the terminal. Well, cleared the history. Now we got into this funky thing here. Let's see. What's plus do? Okay. Connect. 22. Connect. Failed to execute open on the serial port using the latest version of Chrome. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let me power it on, power her off, and then back on, reconnect. I don't want that. I got into this terminal somehow, and I don't want the terminal. I want to kill the terminal. There's more tools. I don't want more tools. I'm starting to get a bunch of these. Let's see. Can I just get out of this? Okay, it's the serial terminal, which I don't want. Let me get, maybe this is the problem. All right, let's see. Let's try this again. This is what I want. Somehow got in the wrong tool. That's better. All right, so let me get rid of that. I did an erase. So I'm going to try to program it. Wait a second. Let's reset these. Yeah, 217. Okay, so bootloader. $8,000 is partitions. Ooh, that sucks. Hey, Jody. We got down a rabbit hole here. We're playing with this. Here, I'll give you a sneak peek what we're trying to use. Well, what did I do? I lost it somewhere. It's called Mesh. Oh, here it is. It's MeshForge. It's a BBS that runs within the firmware of Meshtastic. So we're trying to get it to work. And it's been a challenge. So we created some custom firmware. And now we're loading the custom firmware into specific memory addresses on the Heltec V4. That's what we're trying to do. But when we go through it, it kind of pukes. So in this iteration here, we did a erase of the board, and now we're trying to reapply the program. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the plug, plug it in. Yeah, and this is what's kind of funky. You can see that it's like struggling to stay connected after it gets flashed. And it keeps dinging. I don't know if you guys can hear the dinging, but it keeps dinging. That's a good idea, Sean. So on their site, right, they've got, this is their docs for how you flash the ESP32. And so we're just following these instructions. And when it generates the firmware, we get all the files that they say we should get. We're using this ESP web flasher. And we're getting connected to the appropriate COM port. And then we're using these memory offsets for the various files. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Famous last words. Let me get connected here again. I'm going to do an erase again. I just want to watch this more closely. It would be nice if you got some sort of feedback on the device that it was actually doing something. So you're generating custom binary to flash. Yep. But still have to put various components. Yes, correct. Yes. And we started out before Sean read the instructions, because, you know, we weren't reading the instructions. We were doing some Googling. I'm just plugging it in after. So that's interesting. So it's acting exactly the same way. All right, so here's what I'm going to do next. This thing's acting funky. So I'm going to try to put Meshtastic normal on it and see if it'll flash. All right, so yeah, auto detect. Let's see if it can find it. Device. Ooh, please ensure it's properly connected and not in DFU mode. It is in DFU mode. I thought you wanted it in DFU mode. Okay. Dismiss. Auto detect. 22 connect. Unresponsive. Maybe I trashed the device. All right, let's go Heltec. Maybe I broke it. All right, let's see. Heltec. Oh, you know what? Do I have to flash it like it's a... That'll be interesting. Let's see if it can do it. Oh, it's doing it. Thinks it's doing it. It's doing something. Yeah, I don't... Maybe. But hopefully this does something different than this other tool does. Hopefully. I'll feel better when I see it the device act normal. Flashing is complete. Leaving. Oh, hey. Welcome to Meshtastic. All right. I'm thrilled. My device is not junk. Okay. I didn't junk it. All right, so now let's see. Can I connect to it with this? Connect. Okay. So I've got to put it in DFU mode where the Meshtastic flasher didn't want it in DFU mode. This does. Hey, no problem, Jody. Thanks for checking in. Hopefully we'll get there. It'd be exciting to get there. Let's see. Something we may have looked on the mesh. Let's see. Where the green check mark quick build showed a green check mark. It has a view run. All right, let's see what you're talking about here. So we were here. Now here's the other thing that's interesting, right? So whenever you're using the Meshtastic flasher, you have to tell it that this is a V3, not a V4. And we've been doing this as a V4. I'm tempted to do it as a V3. All right. Let's see what happens with a V3. See, it's got this little... It gave me the quick... All right, it didn't have to build it. It just said, I've already got one. I got you. I got one for you. This one was built a couple of days ago. So take this one and like it. So we'll do so. right? This is 237. Since this is my third version, let me extract it. Okay, it's successfully extracted without error. That's promising. Now let me come back to here. I'm going to say reset this, please. I'm wondering if I should erase it. I'm going to try it without erasing it first. Now I got to come in here to the 237 version. Okay. And let me get my list here again so I get it straight. So we got bootloader goes into 1000. Partition goes into 8000. We're not doing E1000. We're doing factory firmware at 10,000. Yeah, go for it. Let's see what happens. At least I know this isn't bricking the device. That's nice. Okay, let's see what happens. Same exact behavior. You can see it's probably doing the same thing here. COM port just disappears, comes back. Disappears, comes back. Probably not going to be able to do it. Oh, it's infuriating. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. Well, let's see. Dave sent me that. Let me grab that real quick. What? Oh, sign in to confirm you're not a bot. I'm not a bot. Why do you care if I'm a bot? I'm just trying to watch it. I don't want to sign in. Let's see. Let me get rid of some of this. See if that helps. No, it's going to just be a pain. All right, we'll do it differently. Hey, that looks familiar. All right, what is... I thought that thing was called lobs. Oh, it's lobs. Low BBS. Here, let's see. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What a pain. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let me see here. This is crazy. I even tried to open it in Discord and it got all goofy. All right, let me try. Now, I don't have, if I use a different browser, I'm not set up with audio and all that crap. That's the problem. All right, so let's see. Just trying to see if I can figure out a way to get this up so you guys can see it and hear it. Okay, that looks okay. All right, let's see. So I don't know if there is a Windows version of that ESP pip install, or that, not pip tool, but ESP tool. Okay. All right, let's try to find this ESP tool. Is that the same thing? That one's not going to work. From PyPy.org. ESP tool from PyPy.org is what I'm looking for. Might be. There we go. Is this multi-platform? This looks like it's Linux, maybe. I'm thinking this is Linux only. I don't know if I've got... let's see. Yeah, I didn't think I had. Let's see. Let's see if I've got the prerequisites that I need. I don't think I do. Yeah. Now I'm thinking I just need to switch over to running this on my Linux box. Let me try something else here. See if I can grab the dependencies that I'm missing. Okay. All right, let's see here. All right, I think we're partially there. I'm just going to put this in a virtual environment real quick. Okay, we'll let that run. Let me get back to our video. Yeah, I saw that it was only 5 days ago. And I know you guys can't hear this. That sucks. Okay, I need to get that. Okay, so I got my ESP tool. All right, so let me see here. Get my command. Yeah, you guys can see that. Okay. So ESP tool. Baud 125. What do you say? 125,000? I don't think that's what he's showing. Let's see. Oh, wait. You know what? I need to be... Oh, no. I can do it from here. That's fine. Let's try ESP. Start over. ESP tool. Baud. Yeah, still at it. This is what happens whenever I'm not around for a couple of weeks. I get all charged up and ready to go. Let's see. Let's see the rest of this. Let's see. Right flash. 0, 0. And I've got this at... Oh, let me see. I'm going to have to get this. See the latest version. That's this guy. Come on now. I need that. And it's probably not going to like that path. I don't think it's going to like that path. I don't think it will. Let's see what else he has to say before I run it. All right, let's see. I don't think it's going to like it. Is it going to like it? No such command. Right. Helps if I spell it right. Serial port 9. What the heck's it talking about? That's not right. Oh, it's just going to try a bunch. Interesting. It's got to get to 22. So, you know what? Let me make sure this is not still connected, which it probably is. Let me reset that. Let me reload this. I don't want that connected. How do I guess I can? Hopefully that does it. Gonna try 9. counting down. Should start at 22. I'm going to have to replug it in. Did it find it? Found it. Yeah, on 22. Okay. Well, it's writing. Oh, crap. You guys can't see this. I'm sorry. Okay. Is that all there is to it? Let's see what... Let's see what our buddy says here. Holy crap, I think it worked. Yes, well, I've got Meshtastic on it. Oh crap, I hit the reset button. This is like further than we've gotten before. Now, why won't you let me... Maybe I need to do a long press. Can't get off the first screen, but I actually have something cooking here. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I wouldn't just... I'm going to connect to it real quick. Let's see, is my phone still connected? Let's see. Okay. There it is. Let me get it paired. I've got it paired. Let me see. I got to get you guys caught up here. Man, my machine's like a mess here. I got crap everywhere. Okay, let's see. Set my region. United States. Save. All right. Okay. Anytime now. I mean, it's okay. Maybe it's resetting. Okay, it's rebooting. I'm going to, is it rebooting? Yes. Okay. Wow. Gosh, this might actually work. Okay, so I've got it up. Now, what are the no messages? Okay. Trying to see if there's something on here that shows me that the BBS is on, but I don't. How do I know this has the BBS on it? All right. Anyhow, so now I'm thinking. Let me see what our buddy here says. I think he wants us to. Okay. So that's kind of what I thought it was going to do. So let me disconnect from this guy. This guy's running. Let me get you guys so you can see what's going on. Okay. So I think this guy is, okay, so I've got this node that's green and won't show up. I'm going to connect to right now. You guys can see what I'm looking through. Yeah, okay. That's this guy. All right, so I've connected to this guy. And let's see if it picks up this node. Let me see what this node is. This is B214. See, B214. See if I can speed it along. It's got to find this node. Come on. Oh, let me see. I got some messages coming up here. You guys are trying to get my attention. All right, yeah, I know. This is cool. I was scrolling looking for a username powers. Don't forget your password. So you send a message to it and it responds with commands. That's what I'm expecting. I just don't know why it's not finding the node. I'm on long fast. Let's see. Yeah, I'm on long fast. Let me see here. This is B214. Okay, let's see. It just picked up CE9E, which is, I think, this guy. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, CE9E. So it sees this one. I guess I could connect to that one. Let me try that. All right, let me go here and connect to this one. I hope it'll connect to it. That one's downstairs. Did it connect? It didn't connect. Come on. Why is this not? Well, it might help if I put an antenna on this doggone thing. But it's interesting. It's doggone interesting that different antenna I can pop on it handy. No. Okay, let me unplug it. And it's interesting that it found the node that was downstairs and not the node that's right next to it. I hate putting on these little antenna. These little connectors suck. Gosh, I gotta have something different here, don't I? Maybe I don't. All right. Actually, let me plug this into a different source. Let that come up. I think my other camera died. Let me see if I can bring it to life. Okay, this guy's coming up. Now, you guys still have a screen. Good. Let me go back to this guy. That's my my little Musi Works here. Let's see if it's found him yet. There we go. B214, right? He showed up. So that's good. Well, let's see if there's any telltale sign here. Doesn't appear to be, but let's, whoop, I don't want to trace route, sorry. I want direct message. What the heck is going on? Not delivered. Not delivered. Not delivered. Bill, welcome back. Yeah, they're all on long fast. There it went. Now let's see, we're going to get a response. Ooh, there it is. Low BBS. Ooh. Victory. All right, let's see. Hi, user pass. Log in or create an account. Okay. /hi user pass. Log. How do I create an account? Maybe I just say /. I'm guessing. I have no idea. /hi. And we'll use dr pass. Okay. Password must be between 5 and some odd characters. All right. So /hi dr pass 1. The suspense is killing me. There we go. Welcome. Okay. Now let me send it a question mark. I don't know. Just give me a menu. Give me something. It's kind of cool though, right? It's all running on the device. Hey, there it is. buy, log out, users, mail, send a message, check for news, list, read news, post news. One hop away. All right, so let's do /users. I'm expecting to just see myself. One user, DR. All right, let's see here. I can't believe people are coming back on here. So welcome back, Tim. I know you've been working on some stuff. Nightcry, welcome. Bill, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah. Yeah, so Bill, this is here. Let me get everybody caught up here. This is kind of fun. This is kind of cool. Let me clear some of this crap out of here, though. You know, doing a digital project is just like doing a project on your workbench. It's like I got windows strewn everywhere. I got digital bits laying all over the place. All right. So, this is where we started. It's called MeshForge. It is a BBS that runs wholly within a Meshtastic firmware. So you go through this process here to build your custom firmware. And you come through here, you pick your device. Now, interesting, I don't know if it makes a difference or not, but I'll just make this comment because we've tried like 6 different things here and we finally got something to stick. This firmware is actually built on a Heltec V3, even though I'm running the Heltec V4. We tried several Heltec V4 installs, but we were using different methods, so Heltec V4 may very well work. So you go through this process, you pick your board, you can pick what version of Meshtastic you want to run from these 2 options. You can turn on and off different modules. We just left them all on. We said, give us everything. But this is kind of interesting, right? Because if you turned off modules, you'd probably save space, which may be needed for content. I don't know. Just, wondering out loud. But you can customize exactly what plugins you want. And then you tell it to build the firmware. You build the firmware. The key is not to listen to the instructions. These docs don't work. We went through this and the ESP32 flash guide. It did not work. You have to use a command line version. That worked. And don't worry, guys, I'll put all this into an article and memorialize it on Buy Me a Coffee so you guys can go out and have a cheat sheet if you want to play with it. But what you end up with, similar to, the TC2 BBS that I've run the last couple of years at various ham fests, that requires connecting to a Raspberry Pi, and you run that on a Raspberry Pi. Well, this is one step. Well, I still don't understand how much this thing can hold, but this runs completely within firmware, which is awesome. Now, I've learned how to extend the TC2 BBS It's just Python, so you can go in there and you can learn how to extend it and make some modifications and manipulate the files that do different things. So you kind of lose that ability here because, again, this is compiled firmware, but it's just pretty doggone cool that it can run 100% on the board with the Meshtastic firmware. That's pretty badass. I like that. Let's see here. We can send some messages, news. I wonder if there's any news out there. Let's just see. News. Maybe I'm tired, but some of these commands aren't like super intuitive. Yay! Thanks, Nightcry. Thanks for sticking, stopping by and seeing what's going on. Yeah, the key is don't follow the instructions. Doesn't that suck? No news. Okay. We could post some news. Let's go ahead and post some news. So we're going to say news. Don't follow the instructions. Okay, we'll send that off. Wonder if it gives us, okay, news has been posted. Ah, see that little notification up there? I like that. I like that. Did you guys catch that? I like that. So now let's say, give me the news again. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, there it is. One unread. So I can select number 1, I suppose. I like how it shows you how old it is. Maybe not. Okay. Not sure. But you could do, hey, show me news 1. I'm guessing. Yep. Okay. And then mail, right? That allows you to, let's see if there's any mail out there. See if they leave us any mail as a new user. Being able to send a message to another user. No mail. It seems a little laggy, a little slow. I mean, no big deal. Not, you know, it just feels like it's a little sluggish compared to the TC2. But I just might be remembering it wrong. Okay, and at user, can I send myself mail? At user, whoop, at DR. Dude, go to bed. See if we get some sort of acknowledgement. Mail sent. We saw it up there. Okay. Now, so let me say mail, please. Very true, Ham Radio Playground. With that attitude, we would have never got to where we are right now, right? All right, what happened there? Okay, here we go. Yeah. at DR from DR. Dude, go to bed 21 seconds ago. Now it says it's unread. That's interesting. I wonder if it's like super long. I'm just going to hit it again and see what it does. I wonder if it's super long. Yeah, I'm just wondering. Yeah, so it's still considered unread. Okay. Sean, you're all over it. So we're going to say, give me mail 1. Okay. Now let's look at mail again. And did it remove the asterisk? I'm wondering if the asterisk is what signifies it's new. Yeah. Right. You see, before I had 1 in brackets asterisk, and then after we've looked at it, right? I mean, with one message, it doesn't matter, but if, there's a bunch of mail there, you'd be able to discern what's new and what's not. And then let me get back to another menu. Hey, it works. This is pretty cool. So the stores messages for a longer, more permanent time. Yeah. Yeah. Now here's what we're gonna try. Let's pull the power. Okay. Disconnecto. Let's prove it. So give me the menu again. Nada. Okay, nothing. Okay. So let's go ahead and give it some juice again. Let me see if I've got, let me get this guy fired back up. I'm going to get the overhead cam going here just so you guys can see what it looks like. Come on. All right, am I back up? Back up. So I'm just going to send it a message. Probably, I would hope it makes me log in again. Did not. That's interesting. We'll have to explore that just a little bit. Hold on just a second here, gang. There it is. There it is. All right, so I'm still showing that. Okay. Let me get this out of the way. So I'm still logged in. That was interesting. Let's check our mail. Right, that should still be there. What you need, Bill? Before you go to bed, when you finally go, start my full playlist. Turn the volume down, let her play. You got it, buddy. No problemo. Hey, look. Okay, so we still got that. Let's check news. Yep, don't follow the instructions. Okay, so it saves those things, right? So that's cool. Let me see here. Am I still... All right, let's see if I can get this. I'm not sure how well. That was interesting. I'm not sure how well you'll be able to see this. Let's see. I mean, let's see. There you go. So, I mean, it's just Meshtastic, but you cannot tell. I didn't know if they might have like a little, come on. Come on. I didn't know if they might have an applet. I'm just going through it here. I want to see if there's an applet role client. No. So I don't think there's any indication at all that this is running. Oh, wait, what's it? No, it's just the message. I mean, I guess you might be able to discern it from the messages that you see coming by, but there's no real indication that it's running the low BBS. All right. Hey, we got something accomplished, right? Showed some tenacity and we got something accomplished. Nice job, gang. Sean, you were a rock star tonight. Success. What time is it? It's only 3:30. Whew. I don't know that I'm going to make that 6 a.m. that 6:30 satellite pass. That might be rough. All right. Let's see. Who else? I mean, how many folks do we have out there putting up with all this nonsense? Now, I don't know if it's true or not, but this says there's 14 people watching. I am impressed if that's actually the same thing. And 4:30 Eastern. Yes, sirree. Yeah, this is way later than I intended. And, you know, this is all Dave's fault. He threw the gauntlet down. He's the one that, like, dropped this biscuit and then went to bed. You're like, hey, I got to go to bed. Hey, this looks really cool. I haven't been able to get it to work. I got to go to bed. But he'll be thrilled to know that we figured it out. And like I said, at some point tomorrow, I'll put this together in an article and post it out there so that others that are pulling their hair out will hopefully have a little bit of hair left over if they run into that article beforehand. Yeah, just tell Dave he's got to use his Mac. Exactly. Night cry. Yeah, sometimes you're better off just doing that. All right, let me, before I shut things down here, I'm just kind of curious more than anything. I'm curious if we've got anything out here. You know what? I threw this together hastily before the stream. Let me just. Yeah. I'll just turn that off for a second. I'm just curious what we've got out there in terms of any kind of signals or anything. So I'm curious. Let's see if there's anything out there that catches our eye. I don't see anything there. I could not get over how busy 80 meters was when we looked at this before. And I'll get this audio squared away. But you guys can see there's some action out there. There's a bunch of folks out there yakking. I need to pull over my little VFO. Well, these guys got a strong signal. Man, look at all this. Hey, that guy's swearing online or on the air. Look at all this. What the heck is going on? Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? We're not the only ones staying up late, gang. Is that ready? That looks like some RIDI. I just can't get over it, though. I mean, look at all this. That's crazy. Let's see what 40 looks like. I don't know why my 40 is absolutely silent. What in the heck is going on? Do I have anything down here? I got nothing. I got nothing for 40. I got to figure out what's going on with that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where'd my on that's why. Dum dum. That's why, dum dum. I couldn't figure out before why that was so quiet. That's exactly why. I don't know what all that is. That makes me feel better. Good morning, Delaware. K3MOT, welcome. I appreciate that, Tim. Thanks for hanging around. All right. Thanks for indulging me a little bit there, gang. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, and I guess just to close the loop on that, get rid of those. You are correct, I believe. Let's say bye. And we'll see if they give us a fun little message or goodbye. There it is. And then I'll just send it something, anything. And it'll probably ask me to log in again. Yeah. Very cool. All right. Well, hey, we did it. Congratulations, gang. We figured it out. Great tenacity. Nice work. Everybody has earned a nap. How about that? Let's see. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Bill, for sure. And it seems like the older I get, the earlier I tend to get up too. So, well, gang, I think I think I've hit the end of the road. Thanks so much for hanging in there. I can't believe we've got over, well, I was going to say over 10 people. We had some people that bolted. We're at 9 people at the moment. Oh, and then it jumps to 11. Who knows? There's probably some people out there that are just seeing what's going on. What kind of crackpot has a live stream going on at 3:30 Central? They probably come and go. But yeah, thank you. It's good to be back. Looking forward to next week. Yeah, the BBS on the thing. I'm gonna have to maybe next week I'll set up the TC2 BBS and we can do a little side-by-side comparison. A dedicated crackpot. There you go, Bill. I appreciate it. But hey, I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. Again, thanks for hanging out. This is always much more fun. You know, I probably would have been sitting here by myself and not having nearly as much fun as I did hanging out with you guys. So I do appreciate your dedication and your insomnia. It's you're in good company. So have a great weekend. Make sure you get all your ho-hoing done. Right, we're down to the wire here, so get those last minute packages purchased. Get all your wrapping done. We got one more Friday before Christmas, so that'll be next week, and then we'll get ready for the new year. So good times, folks. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, and until next time, guys. 7-3. Yeah, I got you, Bill. I got you.